Hi guys, happy Friday! And sorry, I feel like I left you on the starting screen for a second there. Apologies. Just getting a couple things ready in the background. But yeah, how's everyone's week been? How are you guys doing? Raspberry, it is not possible to check in. Well, it should open up about an hour before. Let's see. I'll see if it opened. You're right. It wasn't open yet. It's open now. Also, Raspberry, if you're not going to be here for the first round, please do not check in. Like, if you're genuinely missing the first round, don't check in, because you'll get paired to somebody. You're not going to be there. They don't have anyone to play against, and you lose the first round anyways. So, like, if you know you're not playing the first one, just check in late. Like, when you can actually be at your computer and ready to play, please do that, okay? That'd be really appreciated. Yeah, how's everyone's week been so far? Oh, also, am I on the weird camera right now? I think I might be on the weird camera right now. Not sure if you guys picked up on that or not. You might've. You definitely might've. Let's fix that real quick, because it always weirds me out when I'm doing that and not reading a script. Lennox, how's it going? Too early? Who's too early? What do you mean too early? It's Friday night, man. This is the perfect amount of on time. Too early to check in? Nah, it should open up an hour before. I normally tick a little thing that makes it like automatically go through. But when I roll over the tournament week to week, it's one of the things I have to manually go and set, or at least I haven't figured out a way to automate it. So yeah, now it's good to go now. You guys are good to check in. Good morning, MW. How are you doing, man? How's life across the pond? It's doing pretty good, Addy. How have I been? I've been all right. Work's been a bit of nonsense, so definitely keen to be off the clock and doing my second unofficial job. So nah, doing all right. And yeah, good morning, Catazu X. Am I supposed to pronounce the X? Zooks? I don't know. Is it silent? Friday morning for you, Lennox. Well, good morning, Lennox. I'm glad we can be breakfast buddies. You, me, and MW. I'm actually having a coffee right now. So yeah. You know what? Kind of on theme. Slowco, how you going? Oh yeah, I did remember to start the raffle at the start of the stream for once. So that's good. And it looks like the commands are working. So Streamlabs, appreciate you not being broken. It's always a nice little perk. Lennox, welcome to the Goomba gang, buddy. And Deathlike with the resub. What a legend.
Oh, baby, a triple!
Absolute.
Oh, yeah!
Love it, MW. Deathlike, honestly, appreciate that, bud. Appreciate that. We are trying to do like a bit of a September goal. Obviously, like subscriptions are discounted this month, so yeah, making a little bit of a push for it. If we do get to 50 subs in this month, we're going to be doing a community game night for like the first Friday stream of October. So yeah, might get there. There's what, 3 days left? We might get there. Probably not, but we might get there. So yeah, I'm thinking kind of like a Jackbox night. Maybe play some Smash Bros. Just some casual stuff. Addy, can you only get one ticket? You can only get one ticket. Yeah. One per person. Keeps it fair. I had considered making it one of those things where like subscribers get an extra ticket, but then I don't know. It kind of defeats the purpose, I feel like. Like it's a nice perk for them, but at the same time, I feel like if you can afford to sub, you could probably afford to just get some codes, and like the people that are just coming to hang out and learn the game also should have, you know, a fair shot at getting them. So I didn't want to make it like a tilted thing. Sombra, how you going? How are you going? Yeah, maybe pop over to this. Deathlike getting in on the raffle. I know what Deathlike gets in there. Well, he likes getting in there because we do have a special thing with the raffle. If you win, you have the option to obviously take the codes. You're allowed to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you want, we can also double it and put it into another giveaway, which you might be thinking, well, like, oh, well, it's 5. And then the next one's going to be 10. So like, if it's just 2 giveaways, that's still just 10. It's like, yeah, but it can double from there and it can double from there. So we have had nights where I've had to pay out like 200 codes, and it's a little bit silly. Also, if you're subscribed, you get triple the codes if you decide to cash it out. The tripling of it, though, that doesn't roll over. So it's like, hey, you could get 15 codes, or we can double it into 10. But then if you win the 10, you could get 30 codes, and on and on and on. Or else it just gets too silly. 200? Yeah, that's why I had to remove the tripling it if they won and decided to pass it on, because Deathlike won, I think, a couple times. Someone else won a couple times, and yeah, just it snowballed. That's a sub perk? Yeah, that's a sub perk. They don't have like increased odds at winning, but if they win, they get an increased prize pool. Because obviously, them subscribing is what helps pay for those codes. So it's like, yeah, no, I give you a kickback. That's like your special. You get to triple it for the next. That's like you are special, and I appreciate you. You're my lovely little snowflake. You're my scariest mod. But no. We talked about that, man. We talked about it. My wallet's so empty. Exclamation Prime? What's Exclamation Prime do? You trying to summon Optimus Prime? The Super Goomba? The Goombatron? Hang on, do we have the Optimus Prime Goomba ready? I made him. I'm not sure if I ever like made him live though. You guys want to see Optimus Prime the Goomba? Oh my god. Now that is art. Just bask in its glory. I made that so like when people use Prime subs, but then I'm not sure if I ever actually set it up correctly. So you know what? Give me a minute. I'll check if that's working. And then if someone has a Prime sub, you let me know and maybe we can test it out. Let's try it though.
That strawberry is perfect.
Oh, and welcome to the Goomba Gang. Diego Former. How are you going, buddy? How's your Friday? Either night or morning? Good morning. I hope you had a great day. Well, I hope you're just genuinely having a good day regardless. Even if it's night, it's still technically a day. Raspberry, you can perfectly join the tournament. Okay, good. That's good. Yeah, when you're asking me to like check you in, I'm like, man, like I'm not checking you in if you're not playing the first round. That defeats the purpose. It's like you still lose, and then someone else just doesn't get to play a game. It just doesn't make sense. Lennox, you're trying doing something, but it's not working. What are you trying to do? I try doing something all the time, and I fail half the time. So if I can help you in any way, you let me know. Maybe we'll figure it out together. All right, where is the thing that I want to try and figure out? That's not it, is it? Nope. Wait, maybe it was. It was it. They just changed the layout a little bit. Figuring stuff out. That is beautiful. Right, Addy? What a good Goomba. Such a good Goomba. Hang on, I think I figured it out. I think I have. It's not ready yet, though, so hold off. Let's see. Check. I got the picture. What kind of sound should he make? Should it actually just be Optimus Prime sound? Do I have an Optimus Prime sound already? Oh, that could be good. Nope. Probably should have done this before I went live, but I don't know. It's fine. Lennox, you're trying to log into your Prime account. I'm not sure if you can do that through Twitch chat. Because like those are commands that I set up. I don't know if I have the power to set it up that you can log into your Prime account. No, that's definitely not it. Hang on, can you guys hear this? I hope that that's not all coming through for you. Just playing a bunch of Optimus Prime sounds. Oh, hang on. This is the winner. This is 100% the winner. All right, guys, I think I got a good one here. I got a good one here. Wait 2 seconds and then it's going to be ready and then we're going to test it. And it will maybe work. Maybe. I think we're good though. Addy, there's a lot of people in the tournament. Yeah, well, like we had a while where we were growing week after week after week. And then I kind of started slacking on promoting it. Like when Stellar Crown released, it was like, okay, well, I need to make content for standard. And then like I used to make like weekly top 8 videos on it. And it's mostly just I was getting burnt out. I'll be completely honest. But I think I need to get back in the habit of doing that and just reshifting kind of the workload a little bit to help grow this format a bit more. But no, it's looking like a good turnout for tonight. It is looking like a good turnout. All right. I test this. Is that like way too loud? Is that way too loud? Could you guys even hear it? Could you guys hear it, or was it like way too loud? But that's Rodimus Prime, not Optimus Prime? Ah, what? Well, it was Optimus Prime. It was pretty loud? Okay, well then we need to knock that one back. How about this? I knocked it back to like 20%. This better? Better? I didn't even click the button so you guys are seeing it, did I? Here we go. There we go. Yeah? Or do we just put like a standard like I am Optimus Prime on there? I'd be game for that. Duds, how you going, buddy? We're putting the Prime Goomba into effect. You went and saw the new Transformers movie Tuesday. Nice. How was it? That's like the animated one, yeah? Do a Galvatron Goomba. What's Galvatron? Galvatron. That's a new one to me. Oh, he looks like a bad guy. Is he a bad guy? He's like an extra bad guy? He's from the 80s movie? Oh, okay. Like, I remember the animation of it. I can't say I remember the storyline of it. I thought that the storyline was like Optimus and oh, what's the other guy's name? This is gonna break my brain a little bit. It's been a while since I've watched Transformers. The bad one. Who's the bad Transformer? Like, I know it's the Decepticons, but what's his name? Because I thought it was like the Optimus Prime and like his arch enemy, like they died, and then the arch enemy came back, and he was like a lot stronger. Or is that Megatron? That's what it is. Yes, Megatron. Transformers, definitely a double S tier series. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The new movies, like the Michael Bay ones, I was like, they're fun to see in theaters. Like I saw the first two in theaters. The second one was a little bit risky with some of the comedy, but like they're fine. They're like fun summer movies. Like, yeah, go get a really big drink and watch a movie, fight robots. But no, I like Transformers. It's a cool series. Another cool robot series that I wish still existed, Metabots. Whatever happened to that? Bring it back. I miss it. It was so good. So good. What are we playing tonight, though? I think I just send it back with the bird, to be honest. I think I just send it back with the bird. I haven't cooked up anything new for this format. I haven't tested too much. Because I think I send this back, and theoretically we add in Crispin, just as a way to get the dark energy out. So it'd be like, potentially cut, might even just be cut the pokey gear, right? Because it's like, well, if I just get into a supporter, then we're fine. Like, we've got Tatsu. Cutting this to just add another supporter, I feel like we'd be okay. Tulip at 2 and having the Lana, it might be a little bit aggressive, but like having extra outs to the energy is just like Zatu becomes draw power off that, and we get to charge up attackers. And we can just like pop off with Pheasantipity, and just having outs to Pheasantipity constantly. Also means we can discard energy off Moonlit Hill and be a little bit aggressive and not too stressed about it, just knowing we have multiple outs to get it back. I wouldn't mind a Super Rod. But I think it is just that same situation of, well, I've got the supporters to just get it immediately back into hand. That's kind of the game plan. Because like for draw support, we just kind of need to get our guys online, and then from there we should just kind of have the pieces we need turn after turn. Galvatron was once Megatron, but was reborn with his death throws in a pact with Unicron. Well, that's a lot to... okay. So like they fused, or he gave him like a power boost? He's like Super Saiyan Megatron? Optimus dies and Megatron gets injured. Then Megatron comes back stronger, and Hot Rod becomes the new Prime Rodimus Prime. Oh, so that's what you're saying is like that sound bit I had was for Rodimus Prime, not for Optimus Prime? Okay, maybe we do need to change that then. I shouldn't be referencing it if I don't even know what the correct reference is. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Nobody Prime sub. Don't test it. Or do. Yeah. I actually watched the first film last weekend with the kids while having breakfast. Damn, that's so wholesome, MW. I love that. I love that. I wish my kids were into movies. Anytime I put them on, they just leave the room or they fall asleep. They're also cats, so. Yeah, I think we cut the Poke Gear. We check in one copy of Crispin. It is kind of like a moot point, though. It's like, right, like I'm cutting a thing that helps me get into supporters, but adding in another supporter that I'd like to be able to just draw into. But at the same point, like being able to get into Crispin and just go like grab a dark energy, attach it to a Monkey Dory, but still have a psychic energy I can attach onto Pheasantipity to scale damage, or even onto Monkey Dory himself just to get him going in one turn, out needing a Zatu. It's not a bad shout. Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think this is what I'm running with. What were issues I ran into last week we need to remember? Potentially having a Manaphy in here, and potentially having a Jirachi in here. Because what spread are we scared of? Potentially Dragapult. Dragapult exists. Electivire would break us. I should probably have a Manaphy. Maybe cut a Heavy Ball to add a Manaphy. Or I could go a little bit thinner on energy and add a Manaphy. It might be go a bit thinner on energy. What breakpoints do I get to, though? 12 times 30. 360. So we shouldn't have any issues dealing with anything in the format. Torterra with a Luxury Cape gets up to 270. Getting up to that amount of energy attached to it, though, like it, Quick question. For the tournament, can you have a 3-1 line, or does it need to be 3-2? No, you can have 3-1. Absolutely, Vice. 100%. Also, hey man, I'm glad. Like, I saw your name pop up, and I'm like, is this him? I messaged you on Discord. I'm like, that you? But yeah, for the card counts. Basically, all that it means is if you have a copy of a stage 1 in your deck that evolves from one of your basics, you're allowed 1 extra copy of the basic. If you have 1 copy of a stage 2, you're allowed up to 2 copies of the basic in it. Like, it's just kind of like, hey, do you meet this requirement? Okay, cool. You've unlocked this other thing. So, like, technically, you could have a 4-0-1 line. I was like, with the toasty. What's on? How you going? 9egg, how you doing, man? How is YouTube? On that note, do you bother with the cards? Sorry, I feel like I missed some of your messages, and YouTube, I can't really scroll back up. I'll pop over to YouTube and take a look and see what was said. Oh, it's literally the first thing you said. Oh, okay. Are you like commenting on what Vice was saying? MW, really like the thought of this format in a Sun and Mood on expanded format. Like once they add support to it for PTCGL, we can definitely experiment with it. I just don't really want to do expanded until there's a bit more control on organizing events through PTCGL, because obviously you open up the card pool and there becomes combos that shouldn't be possible. Like if you get into Sun and Moon, all of a sudden you have Scoop Up Net and you have the Inteleon line, right? Like the Inteleon was in Sword and Shield, I know, but it's like you get Inteleon, you get Scoop Up Net, and all of a sudden 60-70% of decks just run a 4-2-2 Inteleon line and Scoop Up Net just for like hyper consistency. So it gets a bit funny. Scoop Up's banned? Is it? Ah. Well then. But only 1 to 2 copy? Yeah, but like the Inteleon's getting you into 2 things. You have 2 of them. They're getting you into 4 things. You Scoop Up Net into them. Like the Drizzle, the Inteleon. I don't know. It seems pretty strong for this format. They know what to ban and bring back. Yeah. It got banned due to Iron Valiant. Oh yeah, because like Iron Valiant and Shaman and stuff, right? Because it was like, oh, these are EX cards, so they kind of get around it. True. It was pretty OP. I liked it. I used to run it in the Chandelier deck, so it's just like you'd get Inteleon out, it would get all the trainer cards out of your deck. The trainer cards would help you get like the energies out. So you ran things like Rosa, where it would be like grab a Pokemon, an item, and an energy, I think was what it was. So it's like something got KO'd, you use that, you thin your deck, but then you're getting into like Inteleon and Scoop Up Nets, and it's just like thinning. And then you had a Rangaroo to just guarantee yourself like any fire Pokemon on top of the deck. Chandelier would attack, get another Chandelier onto the bench, and like also a bunch of other like utility pieces or just heaps of damage. It was a fun deck. I miss that. 9egg, you're talking about the cost of Earthen Vessel and Poffin as cards at present. They're quite expensive. I don't know. Like, I guess in the scheme of things, if you're just getting into the game, yeah, they could be a little bit pricey. I think Earthen Vessels are going for what, like 10 AUD? I'm not too sure what they're going for around the world. Like US, it's probably around 5. But it's one of those cards that you realistically need 2 to 4 copies of it. So you get your playset and you're kind of set. Like, you don't need to be buying excess copies. Just make proxies for testing purposes. Emma, how's it going? What's the first deck you want to try for TCG Pocket? I'm a bit mixed on Pocket, I'll be honest. I'm a bit mixed on it. I don't know. I haven't looked into the decks for it. Like, the cards in the game don't really interest me all that much. They kind of just seem like dumbed down version of PTCGL. It's just this does a number. Right. Like, from what I've seen, there isn't a lot of abilities or interaction. It's kind of just like, get your things online, attack the active. I could be wrong. Maybe there's more depth to it. Because like I said, I haven't looked into it too much, but just from the reveals I've seen, it kind of seems like there's this thing that's green and has 90 HP and does 40 damage. There's this one that's red and does the same. It's like, oh, okay. Like, it'll be a fine game. Nothing against it, but yeah, like kind of like the intricacies of PTCGL. But when is the Draw Power Bird getting a reprint? Which Draw Power Bird? Pheasantipity? He just got printed. He like just came out like a set ago. Why does he need a reprint? He's fine. Or are you talking about Oricorio? Oricorio GX is basically now Pheasantipity EX. Except it has irrelevant attacks. $10 for one. That's fine. You need one. Like, not every card needs to be $1 or $2. Like, there's a reason that they have value. They should. Like, it's a good card. If you compare this game to something like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh, we can buy basically a full deck for a lot of the time a quarter of what they pay for one copy of a card. And that's silly. And like a competitive level deck. If you can't find it, fair. Like, hop on eBay, hop on TCG Player, I think it's the site. No, I use Good Games, like based in Australia. So I go to ggadelaide.com.au, and they've got me sorted. Let's be real, we're in a much better position than any other game is right now in terms of... Yeah, no, it does. So we are spoiled. Like the Charizard deck, for example, that we're getting. You get Prime Catcher in it, which is currently, I think, one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive competitive level card. And it's just like, hey, buy this deck. For what the price of that card is, you can buy this full deck. And you get 59 other cards in it. Oh, and those 59 other cards, about 30 to 40 of them are competitive. And you just upgrade it slightly. It's like, yep, I'm on board. All right, I've got to submit a deck list, though. What did I swapped out the Crispin, yeah? Okay, so we cut a Pokegear, we added in the Crispin. We've got the Power Glass, which is such a strong card for this deck. I love it. Other consideration would theoretically be adding in like a Roseanne's backup, just as a way to recycle the Power Glass, recycle the Luminous Energy, recycle the Stadium. I don't know what we would cut for it, though. Which maybe it's we cut the Crispin for it, but like having that Crispin play also feels pretty strong. And realistically, if we're using the Roseanne, are we finding those pieces and are we needing to be able to reuse them? Probably not. So I think it's just one of those things of like, on paper, it sounds good and it would be nice, but it's also very greedy. I think we just roll with this. Let's get it submitted, guys. Let's do it. Also, for anyone that has signed up for the tournament and it's your first time doing one of these and you're not too sure on what to do, well, don't look at this because this isn't the screen you'll see. But like this stuff, here we go. You haven't submitted a deck list yet. Let's do that. So you hit submit. You exported your list from PTCGL. You post it in here. You go submit. And look, we're done. It's easy. Easy as that. Obviously, make sure that your deck list is legal for the format. So I did add like a nice little checkbox for you guys when you're registering for the tournament. It'll say, do you want a deck list? That bit's optional. But then a mandatory thing is, have you read and understand the rules? Because we've been having a lot of people joining the tournaments. And then there's putting in lists where it's got like 4 Ionos and like a 4 Comfy and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, well, like you basically just taken a standard deck list and you brought it into this tournament where it's clearly not what it's meant to be. And then I have to have that conversation with them and then they get upset and then we have to give them a round 1 game loss because it's like, well, we told you haven't provided a legal deck list, and then they get huffy. So it's like, now I got that in there. So if there's any illegal deck lists tonight and they aren't fixed before round 1 starts, yeah, I'm gonna hop into those chats and be like, hey guys, you got 5 minutes to update this list, or yeah, it's an L. So apologies, but we're tightening up a little bit. So double check that all your trainer cards, none of these say over 2, unless you got a fossil, right? If you've got a fossil card that evolves into a stage 2 Pokemon, that's considered a basic. So we're going to let you run a 4-0-1 line if you want, or a 4-2-2 line of that. Archeops, I know a lot of people like it. So yeah, we're flexible. We're flexible around here. Same thing does apply for special energy though. So special energy trainer cards, Pokemon, just 2 copies of them. Basic Pokemon that evolve though, there is that extra condition of if it evolves into a stage 1, and it's in your deck, you can have 1 extra copy of the basic. And if it evolves into a stage 2 that's in your deck, you can have up to 2 copies of the basic. I almost did 1 again, now to have it, but 2. Lennox, is your deck list legal? I don't know. I haven't checked it yet. Where's your deck? What are you playing? Have you checked it? I just ran you through how to check it. You give it a skim yourself. Or we can look into that now. Let's see. Is your name the same on here as it is here? Is it Lennox? Deck name just too good? Have you read? Yep. Okay, cool. These all look good. 2s. These look good too. Kofu. Why you got a Kofu in here? What are you cooking? I'm gonna try not to dive into your list too much, but yeah, no, I'm definitely excited to see what you're doing. The Cetoddles, you've got 1 and 2. Yeah, that's fine. Like you could technically have 3 Cetoddles if you want, because you have the Cetitan. that's something like keep that in mind. If you did want extra duos or those, you're good. We got Burpinator. How's your stream, Burpinator? That's a good name. How are you going, buddy? Happy Friday. Love that. That's a good name. What were you streaming tonight? Can I call you Burp? Is that acceptable? Or is it you got to say it all in one thing? Burpinator 1. Oh, I forgot the 1. Burpinator 1. How's it going? The OG. Not to be confused with the, 2 through 8. Pretty good. We were learning the Lapras EX was not the sauce with Earthworm EX. Nope. Both those cards are just not good cards. They're fun. They're not good though. Did you have fun playing them though? That's the main thing. All right. Who's this guy? Triple B TCG. Sounds like a bit of a muppet. Deck list is legal though, so we'll be nice. We'll let him slide. Milky, not seeing anything over a 2. We are good. We are good. Jab doesn't have a list in yet. Jam Jar, they're running some control shenanigans, it looks like. That's fair. Mr. Mooseman. All right, Mr. Mooseman, if you are in chat, your deck list is illegal. There is multiple things in here that say 4. And you have said you have read and understand the rules. But yeah, if you're in chat right now, but just get that updated real quick. Dudsta, you're in chat, so if you can remember to pop into his game, that would be appreciated. I'm also going to write a note here, but it'll just be, hey, update your deck list. You can only have 2 copies of a card. You got 5 minutes into the first round. If you don't submit an updated list, it's going to be a game loss, and then just moving forward, they need to provide one of the judges, either myself, Dudsta, or Rima, and we'll pop into their chats going forward. Burp, you were also streaming live. Yeah, Earthworm is still a fun deck. Tomorrow night, you'll probably focus more on ladder climbing with Tinkaton, Wug, Mill, because they feel more consistent. If they feel more consistent to you, that's all that matters, man. And like, as long as you're enjoying the game, 100%, 100%. You kind of like off meta decks, or are you like a bit newer to the game? All right, Lennox, we already checked their list. They're good. Evelyn looks good. Fossil is at a 4. Do they have a stage 2? They do. The Crodily. Or Lileep's a stage 1. Crodily's the stage 2. All right, you're cooking. All right. Dudsta. Slowco. I didn't add a Manaphy to my list, did I? I said I was going to add Manaphy. We need to add Manaphy. That was the thing we were talking about. Manaphy and Crispin. Raspberries looks good. Vice. Oh, Vice, you cooking. Vice, you are cooking. Legal. We're good. Looks good. Looks pretty good. What do we got? Yeah. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff going on there. I don't even understand what they're trying to go for there. And Nikki has not submitted a list yet. That's all good. Okay, so who's the one who needs to keep an eye on? Mooseman. Watching you. Vice, you tried to submit a 59 energy deck. We had someone do that one week. I kept making like a meme of like, oh, someone's going to submit a list that's a Charmander and 59 energy. And then someone did one week. Like, I think they heard me joking about it, or someone told them about the joke and they signed up for the tournament and they did it. And they won a game. So that happened. Java, how are you going, buddy? I'm glad I can see you. I saw your name pop up and I was like, ooh, he can make it tonight? Nice. All right, we need to get Manaphy and Shadow. So for the Manaphy, are we cutting a rescue board? Are we cutting an energy? Theoretically, we could cut one of the Devo TM. Cut a Devo TM. We could cut a Tulip. Don't really want to cut a Tulip. Switch needs to stay because control players exist. Vacuum, I guess we could technically get rid of. Like the vacuum it's just one of those luxury things, right? Of like, do we want bench protection? Do we want a way to get around tools? Because the tool we'd be getting around mainly is luxury cape, right? It's like We hit them. We remove the cape. They get knocked out because they have less health. They bring up something new into the active. We take that out. Is kind of the game plan with that. Should at least try submitting 4 Lapras EX 52 energy for Crispin. Okay, so Burp, I'm guessing is your first time by the channel? I think it's your first time by this channel. We're playing the budget build battle format. So for anyone that's come by from Burtonators, yeah, the whole idea of this format, no rule box Pokemon, so single prizes only, no EXs, no Vs, no A-Specs, no Radiants. None of that. And it is a limitation of 2 copies of card with the same name, just to make deck building a little bit more interesting. So special energies, trainer cards, and Pokemon, all limited to 2 copies. Stage 1 Pokemon, though, if it evolves, well, it's a stage 1, obviously it evolves, but if you have one in your deck, you can have 1 extra copy of the basic just to help with consistency. And for stage 2s, you can have up to 2 extra copies of their basic to help for consistency. So theoretically allowing for a 4-2-2 evolution line or a 4-0-1 evolution line if you really want. Like as long as the stage 2's in there, it kind of opens that lock of now you can have 2 extra basics. So kind of nice. Addy, you're not joking, but you have once made a meme deck just to finish a quest. It had 4 Bombardier at EX, all dark energy, and you won some games with no losses. I love when just like the jokes work.
I
did that
here from Canada, and they think I'm slow, eh?
Watching you, Jeff. But so right. I did that actually back in the PTCGO days. There is like quests just to like play a bunch of grass Pokemon and stuff. And so for one of those, I built a deck that was just like a bunch of Dustox. And the Dustox, when you evolved up into it, paralyzed the active and poisoned them, and they took 3 damage counters between turns. And then we got a Venomoth that was like does 90 to their bench. I was like, this is actually kind of legit. Like I can just paralysis lock them in the active and take apart their bench. And that was nice. And there's the Mew, obviously, that provided bench protection at the time. But we also had a Grimsley card that let you move 3 damage counters from one of your opponent's Pokemon onto one of their other Pokemon. So it was like, well, the active's taking 3 between turns from the poison. I'm going to move that onto their Mew on the bench. And then there's the next turn, use another Grimsley, do it again. And it's like, now I can hit their bench. The Mew's been knocked out, so I'm taking a prize off that. I snipe their bench for 90. And then between turns, they take 30 from the poison. So potentially taking 3 prizes one turn, even into like single prize decks. Because Malamar was really popular on ladder and at our local leagues at that time. So I was like, this deck's actually kind of cracked. I liked it. All right. I need to cut something, though. Need to cut something for Manaphy. It might be the rescue board. It might be the rescue board. Rescue boards, Devo TM, or Roxanne. Which one's getting the cut? I think Roxanne in this format is just like too strong though, because like you know you're going to be going down to 3 prizes at some point, and then it's just cool. You're down to a 2 card hand. I have 6. So good. Sometimes when you join games in PTCGO, you would be versing people with 4 copies of an EX and 56 energies, most commonly Malamar, Keldeo, Darkrai. Yeah, they're quad decks. Like it's just a way that people want to just burn through games quickly. It might be the Crispin. I think it's going to be the Crispin. I'll be honest. I think it's the Crispin. Sorry, Crispin. You're a cool card. I appreciate you. I like you. And I'm sure you're good at sports, but yeah, you got to go, man. There's just no space. He did nothing wrong, man. He did nothing wrong. I feel like the Crispin to get Pheasantipity online in one go without the Xatu is pretty big. Maybe we cut Fluttermane. Double Diva TM could be a bit greedy also. Maybe it is we cut one of these. Let's do that. That seems fine. That seems fine to me. It's a lot of text going on now, though. All right, now, can we figure out how to change a deck list? And by can we, I mean, like, I know how to do it. I've done it before. It's just, it's been a bit. So we go to this dashboard, brings you to this, edit deck list. Easy as that. Just in case anyone's ever in that situation where they're like, how do I do it? That's how. You just do it that way. And yeah, I think we're good. I think we are good. How are we looking? 18 people registered. Most of them are checked in and had lists submitted. So we're right on, guys. I think we're going to be good to start pretty much bang on time today. We will double check if the Mooseman has updated his deck list. Somber, are you going to play? Are you going to skip work and play with us today? Mm-hmm. Or are you going to be playing in the North American event next week? It is coming up. First Friday of every month, we will be doing a North American special event. Also, I've been looking into making a season for this. And I may have reached out to an artist to get some little something done for a prize for at the end of each season. So, you keep your eyes peeled. But to kind of keep it in line with a year, so it's like start of the year, we start a new season, we're going to be doing a test run of it. So next week's going to be the beginning of October. We're going to start season 0, we're going to call it. So I know we have been doing effectively 3 months already, kind of just as a test run for the format. And I feel like, yeah, people are kind of getting their heads around it, getting a bit of a community built around it. So I'm going to go into season 0 now. So now that there's like a bit of an understanding of the meta, what's good, how to build decks, I think we're good to start it off. Going to be going into season 0, so it'll be 3 months. At the end of it, we'll have a top 8 for the entirety of that season. So it'll be like, there'll be a little mini tournament at the end where it's like, hey, if you have enough points to get into the top 8, you're invited to this event. And then the winner of that top 8 event will be getting that special little prize I'm working on. I'm not going to leak it just yet. There's one person in chat who I have tipped off a little bit, I'll say. If they happen to mention it to you, take it with a grain of salt. I'm not saying who it is that I've told. They know who it is. So I don't know. One of you guys could be a liar and just like be like, oh yeah, he's painted a giraffe. And just, you're not supposed to tell anybody that. But no, we got something on the way. So keep your eyes peeled. Deathlike, you are my main mod. You're always here, Deathlike. So if I was going to disclose information, it could be to you. It could be to you. Dud's just also in my time zone, though. So there's times we have little sidebars. You never know. Maybe he knows. It was you, and it's a crisp $5 Australian note. You think I have $5? Yeah, you're funny. Painted 2 giraffe? Mealy? We talked about this. You're supposed to... It's definitely not 2 painted giraffes. It's definitely not 2 painted giraffes. Guys, do not believe what Mealy's saying is. Might be, though. He might be telling the truth. But it's definitely not 2 painted giraffes. Is triple painting you as one of the... Maybe? It's a Goomba? Why, you want a Goomba? I do like the Goombas. They're pretty good guys. They are pretty good guys. They need to make a Lego Goomba. And not like... I know there's those Lego Mario sets and it's just like 2 blocks. No, I don't want that. Like, I want like a legit Lego Goomba. Like, I got my Lego like Suicune and stuff. He's cool. Look at this. He's neat. I like that. Make a Goomba like this. Yeah, I should put those lower so you guys can actually see them. Might be too busy now. I don't know. What do I know? Some stuff, some things, occasionally some shenanigans. You never know. Dudsta, hang on, I gotta move this chat. It's in a weird spot today. I was doing some recordings and I shuffled things around and it is breaking my brain trying to read these. There we go. Let's not break anything too badly, at least. Does that okay, but that's only 2, so why not go to 3? But 3 is an odd number, so no, we do 3s here. This is triple B. 3 is a good number. It's a good number. MW, it's you that knows, and if the winner likes footwear, they will be very pleased with the Goomba socks. The socks and the Crocs? Man, I'm so excited. I hope they like them. But MW, you weren't supposed to tell anybody. You weren't supposed to tell them about the Goomba Crocs. And socks. Because everyone knows when you wear Crocs, you need to wear socks, or else you'll look like you belong in society. And no, you just gotta go all in when you're doing that. JC, how you going, buddy? All right, we got 9 minutes until the tournament starts. So if you have, I was gonna say subscribe. No, you can subscribe on YouTube or Twitch. If you have signed up for the tournament, make sure that you are checked in and that you do have a deck list submitted. So we'll do another quick little review here. So we've got me and Milky. Good to go. Jab, it looks like you are registered. Haven't checked in or submitted a list though, so don't forget to do that. Drinking my coffee a little too quick. Sorry, guys. But yeah, Jab, don't forget to do that. Jam Jar, looks like you're in. Mooseman's in. Lennox is in. Evelyn has submitted a list, but hasn't checked in yet. Pickle Pro, Raihan, both not submitted a list or checked in. Dudsa, Slow, Raspberry, Vice, SGVKE. I'm going to call him Steve. Steve's good. Andy's good. Addy's good. Snore's good. Nikki Nintendo, we are just waiting on a list and check in from yourself. Man, it looks like we should be good to start on time tonight. Keen. Amelia, wait, you thought it was when you wear socks, you're supposed to wear Crocs. It is, yeah, you know, socks and Crocs. Socks and Crocs, socks and sandals. Yeah. It's definitely a completely normal thing to do, yeah. Completely normal thing to do that you should 100% do. JC, good luck with the tournament. Just dropped in to say, hey, I appreciate it, man. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday and a great start to your weekend, bud. Appreciate it. That's so wholesome. Honestly, made my night. Appreciate that. MW, you couldn't keep the secret. You're just too excited. Like, the Goomba Crocs are pretty cool. They are pretty cool. And like the fact that they make the Goomba noise when you put your foot in them, like you jumped on one. Yeah, we spared no expense. We spared no expense. All right, just gonna do another quick double check on the deck list though, just to make sure we're good. Because yeah, we're about 7 minutes out. Be nice to just be able to just hit the ground running on this one. Jam Jar's good. Mooseman is... Mooseman's good! Mooseman, are you in chat? Mooseman, if you're here, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Oh, God, that made my night. It's always so awkward when I have to pop into games. I'm like, hey, so your deck is... It's technically 60 cards, but like, it's just not the right 60. So no, that is awesome. That's amazing. I put Manaphy in, right? Yeah, I put Manaphy in. We're good. Lennox is good. Evelyn, good. Pickle, not in. Not in. That's fine. I kind of want to suss out Dud's list just because I like the concept and I want to see if he's like tweaked it at all. Or if he's just rolling it back with like the OG. But I also don't want to like deep dive into it too much while you guys can see it. Because it is kind of spice and that's his spice to share. Jap, you don't have a list and you're not checked in. I'll refresh it. Maybe you've done it since, but last I checked, no. No, you're still showing as no. He's still on no. Where's Dead's done here though? I want to see the spice. It's the same thing. I hate it, but like respect it at the same time. Now I do wish I'd kept the double Devo TM. I've just got to conserve my resources is what that means. All right, 5 minutes out there, guys. You're getting excited. We got the Burb sleeves. We got the it's a Hawaii deck box. So is there a bird deck box? What do we got? This Burb like. That's a Burb. This is a Burb. It might be the play. This is very important stuff, guys. It's very important. Is there actually not like just a straight up bird? You don't have like a Pidgeot deck box or something? Nothing? Bueller? Bueller? No? Might be the best we got. Then I think I just keep it with the Hawaii one. I like this. It's chill. It's a nice color. Please tell you read the deck name. Dudsta, you know I can't read. Have you seen me try and pronounce usernames on here? Oh god, Dudsta. Man. Jesus Christ. Okay. Everybody, if you pair Dudsta, you need to go into that matchup with full aggression. We cannot allow that to get into top 8. Or we may get banned from the internet. Nah, but like my FBI agent says hi. I can't read that on stream though, man. Jesus Christ. That's risky. That is risky. Did you know the White Sox are tied with the most losses in one season right now? Really? Who are they tied with? Or do you mean like ever they're tied with someone else for the most losses? Jab does this a mod, you expect it better? I don't know. Like, have you met Deathlike? Biba Zorar? That Beppy Zero. Beppy Zero. Welcome to the Goomba game. Bibo Zero. Both are good names, so I like them both. I like both of you, Bibo. Slow, you're intrigued on the deck name? If you pair them, I think you get to see it. Or once the tournament starts, I think you can suss it out. Tell us, does that? I don't know. If he says in chat, one of my mods might have to time him out, and he's one of my mods, so that'd be a little awkward. Be a little awkward. how can we phrase it without directly saying it? Imagine a Dragapult shot a Dreepy at a Duraludon. But now turn those into real world figures. Yeah. Deathlight mods can't time each other out. Oh, so I'd have to do it. I'm too lazy to do that. Yeah, I guess you can say it. That's fine. Jab? Oh no. Yeah. Oh yeah. He did it. Yeah. It's risky. All right, guys, we have 1 minute until the tournament can kick off. Make sure you're ready. Have PTCGL opened. Be ready to send your friend requests. Be nice. It's a pretty casual format, so don't like go all try hardy, but at the same time, if you pair duds to full aggression, no holding back. Kick him in the shins for all I care. Do what you gotta do. Hi, duds. Appreciate you. Get your finger on the start tournament button? Oh, like I have to do it? What? What do I do? This thing? Do anything. I don't have touch screen, man. I don't have a touch screen. God. We've got 16 people with lists in, 15 people checked in, 15 people ready. Ah, that's awkward. One more person. One more person. We need even numbers, guys. Even numbers. Also, I need to promote this more so we get back up to the 20s and 30s. No, we'll get it kicked off, guys. Good luck in your rounds. If we do pair, just make sure you mute and minimize the stream. None of that shenanigans. Don't be a stream sniper. It's awkward when I'm basically coaching you how to beat me, because I do like to talk through what I'm doing and what I think the opponent's going to do. Rasper gets the round 1 bye. I guess he could have been late for the tournament. That's awkward. All right, and who have I paired? Oh, hang on. Mooseman's on here. I just want to pop in and say thank you, Mooseman. Oh, is it a game with Milky? Hi, Milky. I just popped into your chat. Right. Who am I against? Addy, we're playing. If you're in here, just mute and minimize. So you can still hang out in the chat, but like, just without directly chatting to me, I guess. It's fine though. It's totally fine. All right. I got that active. I do have that one active. BEA, beautiful. Do I have Addy added? I believe so. No, apparently I don't. Wow, me and Addy are going to become friends. Oh, so wholesome. You're very... Why? Uh-oh. That's not uh-oh. It's fun. It's fun to play games with your friends. We're going to be friends in a second. Friends that beat each other up. Yeah, friendship. All right, the coffee's kicking in. That's good. I was pretty tired at the start of stream, I'll be honest. Beppy Zero, how does the tournament work? Where do you guys play? So we play it on Limitless, and then it's through PTCGL. So if you're interested, you can type !3B, and it'll give you a bit of a breakdown on the format, and you can type !3B tourney, and it'll send you a link directly on Twitch, so that you can go and sign up. This one's obviously started, though, so it's a little too late now. But we'll be having another one next week for North America. So for me, Saturday afternoon. So about, what's now? 12 plus 16 hours from now. But next week, we'll be having one for North America. And there'll also be another Australian one. So for this time next week. But I'll get that one posted after we finish up tonight. So yeah, if you go... Hang on, I can show you how to do it. We do that. Yeah, it explains the format. It's beautiful. And then even tells you about the command. So !3B tourney. It'll give you a link. It's just on Twitch though. So for anyone watching on YouTube, yeah, if you type that, I don't think it does anything. You can try it though. You can definitely try it. But I'm pretty sure it's just set up on Twitch. Raspberry can finally make the elephant the best metal box attacker thanks to Arch Aladon. In this format? Or in standard? Are you talking about Kuparaja EX? Or single prize Kuparaja? These emotes are so cursed. He just keeps smiling at me. You guys can't see it because it's behind the camera. He smiles, so I smile, and then they smile. It's just it's scary. Beppy, you live in Italy, so you should check for the time difference. Fair. Well, whatever time it is now, like if this time works for you, then it'll be this same time, but next week. But then there's also one that's at a slightly different time, but also at next week. So there should be one that hopefully works for you. I think MW is also based in Europe. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think they said that the time's like a little bit awkward, but hopefully it works for you. Time zones are tricky. Oh, yep, we open that. 100% we open that. I said first or second? I decided to go first. Okay. This would have been a pretty cool Arvin hand, right? Because it'd be like Arvin, Buddy Buddy, Poffin, Evo TM, get my Zatus online. Run away with it. Probably should have checked what they're playing. Looks like metal blocks of some sort. Let's do this. Whoa. Let's grab the other bird. Yeah. I want to make sure I have a backup attacker. And like, I'm hesitant about putting these down. But at the same point, if I get hit with an Iono, I don't want to be holding them and then losing them. So yeah, we'll play it safe. Okay, so just took a look at their list. They're playing like a Soul Rock. There we go. Yeah, it is. They're doing like Lunatone Soul Rock with Zatu. That's kind of spicy. That is pretty spicy. MW, you're in the UK, so it's 11:35 right there. Oh yeah, a little bit tricky. Appreciate that you're able to hang out though. That's so awesome. I like you. You seem neat. Okay. How do I want to go about this? I think we do just go for the Arvin play now. Right? Arvin, do this. What can I get? Zatu, technically Tatsu. I don't know that I really need the Tatsu, but we can. And then tools, it's probably just this, right? Like I just double Zatu online, start charging these up. Could also just go for Earthen Vessel, get into the Dark Energy, start taking knockouts. Also, welcome to the Goomba Gang, not Nicholasville, 2001. We do it? We do it. I'm taking too long to think right now. Apologies. We can overcommit energy here a little bit. One, because he's in the active spot, we can't use the Natu procs to get him online. And two, because if he does get knocked out, well, I've got Tulip, so we'd be fine. And do I want this? I feel like I want this. Maybe I don't want that. No, I don't want that. Let's keep a spot open for another Monkey Dory. I feel like I probably should have gone for the Earthen Vessel, though. Like, getting the Dark Energy on here to be potentially invincible is pretty big. Nikki, how's it going? You're in the tournament again. Sorry you haven't been able to join the last week. That's all good, Nikki. Life happens. You don't have to apologize for anything, but it's great to see you when you do pop up. Hope you're having a good start to your tournament. Ooh, okay, so we got this, which means we have some draw power. So we'll start charging up these guys on the bench. Yeah. Charging this up, it doesn't get us into one-shot range anyways. We have this, that helps out. We have this, doesn't really do much for us. Right, because now if they go into that, they have to go for the coin flip to hopefully do anything into us. And they would need 4 energy on it. Oh, just 3 actually, because it's a base of 30 plus 30 for each energy. Okay, you're a little scarier than I thought you'd be. But still, I think we'll be okay. We'll be okay. They got the double Zatu too. Bird on bird warfare. What do I think of the new Skelly Dirge? I like it. He seems cool. It's like single prize Palkia. And there's the Skelly Dirge EX, like the steel type Terra one for in standard. So it's like you could play the two of them together, pump up its damage. It's neat. For budget build battles in GLC, I think it'll be a great card as well. Because like for budget build battles, you can pair it with what's its face? Rapidash. So it's like ditch an energy, make it stronger, but at the same time just filling your bench. Like you're doing relevant enough numbers to just deal with most things. I don't really want to do this. But at the same time, I kind of want to do this. If I go for that, then is there logic in going for the Buddy Buddy? Because if I go for the Buddy Buddy, I have Tatsugiri. This gets knocked out. We have that to pivot. Nah, I think we just do this. Like, Tatsu is one of those things that early in the game, I think it makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, like that's pretty good. Second monkey. That's also pretty good. I think it is just, yeah, just charge this up. That's pretty big. Check that on Shah. Check that on Shah. I think it's just checking on here. Right? They're going to be going for one shots. Like, there's no world where this doesn't kill us. They're either taking a knockout or they're not. So, like, overcommitting energy like that, it's kind of unnecessary for them in this matchup. 3, they get to 120. They just need to hit a heads. 3 energy, they're taking out any of our targets. I'm thinking they've just overcommitted there just to help them draw into cards, but at the same time, they almost could have just been attaching it to the Zatus just to make them pivot potentials. Oh. Okay, I'm on board for that. Maybe I do go into the Monkey Dorian attack then. I can confuse him. And then... Oh, okay. Well, there goes the Crispin play. That's nice, though. And now it would have been good to have the tattoo out. Is what it is. I stand by the play. Cloister cripples it? What? I don't like Raspberry. I don't think Cloister is as real as you guys think it is. It's a fine card, but like it made it to top 8 because there was 3 people that are pretty solid in this format running it. Like the odds of it not making it to top 8 were a lot lower than it making it through to top 8. It's not a bad deck, but I think you guys are overhyping Cloister. It hits. Wait, why does it get mad? That's good. You wanted it to hit. That's a good thing to hit me in the face. We check this in the active. We get her in the not a skateboard or rescue board. That's good. And at the same time, I think we've got to commit this there, right? I just need him to be getting pumped. Do I want to go for this though? Bump that. Get a psychic, get a dark. How much am I getting up to with this? 6, I'd be doing what? 180? Oh, one more I actually get there. Maybe I should have just grabbed double psychic, charged it up. I'd have goofed here. That's okay. This could guarantee me the other energy. Because yeah, I don't want to Iono them, and researching this hand kind of feels unnecessary. Let's just do this. Bit of a waste of a supporter, but no, we roll with it. So at 180, one more. Ooh. Let's do that. Yeah, grab that. I was like, I could get an energy, but nah, I think we do just overcommit here. Overcommit, we get the guaranteed KO. We have this one to start charging up in the back end. Like, we're taking 2 prizes off of this. I think we're fine. They've got to somehow get set up without a draw support currently on their bench on a 3-card hand and get an attacker in the active. I think we're good. Raspberry, you don't think Pocket's better than Live? Yeah. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of it, to be honest. I'm not going to knock it because I haven't tried the game, but from what I've seen, I don't know. Like, it's just a different way to enjoy the cards, kind of. Right? Like, they're making it easier to pick up for people. Faster. But also a bit more, like, collector-oriented. It looks better? Oh, 100%. Absolutely looks better. I wish that they gave this to those developers. Like, they're like, oh, PTCGO is being retired. Can you make us a new game? That should have been the mindset of it. All right, we go boss. We bring that up. We start charging this up. from here, I just hold, yeah? Yeah, we just hold. Is that both their Lunatone down? Okay. His specificity is so strong. So we're doing what? 270 currently? Yeah, it's fine. It's almost the triple B rule. Yeah, like it's what, 2 copies of a card in your deck? Yeah. They've thinned the deck. I was just ahead of the curve. Hot take, they should give PTCGL to Dina and Creatures TM to make. Honestly, I wish that they had. I don't understand why they didn't monetize this game. Like, there's no reason they couldn't have. All the features in Pocket they could have had in this. Oh, Iono's a lie. I'm gonna feel so bad if they get a Lunatone back. And then I just boss it. Okay, and we just tank that hit. Like, boss take out their draw support? I guess I don't even need to. We just take this out. I think it's just game. I don't think they come back from this. Milky, as someone who got into the TCG with the Game Boy game, it looks real nice from that standpoint. So they did a great job in that aspect. Yeah, like it's a really polished client. I'm 100% on board with that. It's just the actual gameplay of it. I'm like, bit mixed. The fact there is 3 currencies in live tells you they want to monetize it, but haven't pulled the trigger yet due to all the complaints and bugs. Yeah. But it's one of those tricky things of like, if they monetized it, then they would have the resources to improve those things. So they should have just done that from the beginning. But at the same point, they should have had a polished product before releasing it and discontinuing one that was fine at the time, right? There's a lot of shoulda, couldas. Is what it is at this point, though. Unfortunately. Okay. So if they don't get a cape for this, I think it's just GT, right? They hard retreat into that. They go into the active. They can take a KO into this. If I flip tails, oh, they have the cape. You cheeky. I respect that. You're cheeky though. Okay. What are they vacuuming? The stadium? Or my tool? The rescue board. If they go for the rescue board, that's actually kind of clever. Respect it. They did. I really hope you're not lurking in my chat right now. No, just kidding. Like this, it's a pretty obvious play. Okay, and it connects. All right, they are so back. So from this, do I go for the monkey? I think I have to go for the monkey, right? Because we're not going to get this charged up enough to take him out in one shot. Now I'm wishing I had gone for this because he could have theoretically been invincible here. Okay, if we go into the monkey, we hit him, we do 60, and we confuse them, so it complicates things. We hold. I feel like we chuck this on here just in case. Don't really need this. Might hang on to it for Ultra Ball fodder. Yeah, it's basically, do they have a way to switch out and back into the active, or do they just go for the Hail Mary? I feel like it's you go for the Hail Mary. Oh, not even a Hail Mary, just has it. Taking out the real threat. And lands it. Ooh, spicy. Okay. So what do I need to do? 130? I can tulip that back, charge it up. We have this retreat. That only gets 3 energy onto it. I'm doing 90. And now that's gone. But at the same point, I just need to get into what? Lost Vac? Is Lost Vac in here? Did I cut it? It is in there. Okay. Odds of getting into Lost Vac. Not nothing. Can Roxanne them too. Kind of love that. I think we do go for the Roxanne, to be honest. Get rid of those. We're not going back into them. Get that. Because yeah, I kind of want to hang on to that tulip just in case. And I think we do charge this up just as a pivot in case we need that too. And potentially just beautiful. That gets us there. Okay, so we go Lost Vac. Get rid of the Manaphy. Get rid of the cape. They go down to 90 HP. I only need 1 prize. We attack, game. Nice. I love this format. It's so silly. Rema, see, I got Mr. Vice to play. I've been asking Vice to play for a bit. So before we started doing the tournaments, like when I was just kind of still theory crafting the format, we did some games on stream. He was playing Torterra and I did, I think it was like Dragapult at the time. And it was a lot of fun. So yeah, definitely happy he's finally made it out for a tournament. All right, so that's a win for me. And just having a chat with the opponent. Like, during mid-game when you top deck the boss, it was so annoying. And I'm like, yeah, I got Iono'd into it. And it is what it is. Oh, that was pretty dirty, though. That was pretty dirty. See how the other matches are going, though. All right, so we've got Slow KO taking the win over Andy. Dudsta and Jamjar still playing it out. Milky taking down the Moose. Triple taking down Addy. Vice is still playing against Jab. Nikki into Snore Time. SG getting the win. And then Raspberry with the bye. Just going to suss it out. I wonder, is Vice live? Is he streaming? Can we see his game? Oh my god, he's streaming. Yeah. We can suss out. We can give him a sus. Warped Tubs, welcome to the Goomba game, bud. Why isn't it loading? Shooter, why are you being all silly? Oh, I've got an ad. Nikki, you're playing against Snorlax Block. Ooh, someone brought Blocklax? Raspberry, will you make a video for this tournament? Yeah, I think I'm going to get back into the routine of it. We can get back into the routine. How's this go, though? This go all right? Yeah? There we go. Screen's a little bit funky. I think that gives us most of his. Yeah, so we get to see Vice's game. Ooh. Oh, okay. I've got him muted, though. You guys, we'll do commentary for it. So it looks like Vice is playing Jab, going for a Great Ball, grabbing a Galvantula, so it has the Compound Eyes ability, which makes it hit extra damage into Pokemon with abilities. Doesn't look like the opponent has any, though, so it's kind of just an all-right attacker for this matchup. A lot going on here, though. So he's got the Bouffalant boosting his basic colorless Pokemon so that they take 60 less damage from attacks. The Tornadus taking 60 less damage from attacks, and it also having an attack that does 100 damage and makes it take, I think, 50 less after it gets hit. So pretty cooked idea. I like it. And they are running the Raichu that lets them do 50 damage to all damaged Pokemon in play. So theoretically, if they did get that set up, they'd be taking out the Grimmsnarl and Alcremie in one hit right now. They do attack with the Tornadus though, so 100 damage, and then they take 50 less. So with the Bouffalant and the Tornadus all up, it's taking 110 less. The opponent's got to do some pretty big hits to take this out now. Yeah, cooking. Got a Grimmsnarl. Golden Grab. What an attack name. Milky, that's similar to a deck you were cooking. Ooh, love it. Addy, good game. That's such a good match. Love to see what you're cooking, like the Soul Rock Lunatone combo. I love it. Respect it. All right. Does look like Vice has a bit of a comeback he's got to pull off here, though. Having the pot helmet so makes it so his Pokemon without abilities take 30 less damage. Tornadus having no ability, so it does the attack. Bouffalant 140 less from attacks. The opponent basically has to gust around it, or they're not getting through that. Adding Golden Grab should gust the Tatsugiri, then he wins. Oh, is that what it does? Well, that's terrifying. Okay, well, they're on a 1-card hand currently. They've got 6 cards left in the deck. 2 now because they've drawn for turn. But they do have a Morgrem on the bench ready to go, so they just need to be able to evolve it. And then, yeah, I think they're able to go Golden Grab. That's concerning. That is really concerning. Nikki, you don't know what to do? Into Block Blacks? It's a tricky one. You definitely need to resource manage pretty effectively or just try and outpace them. Can't really give you any advice because, yeah, you're playing in the tournament. I can't coach you, so apologies. You'll have to figure it out on your own. Should have put a boss's orders in there. You don't have Gust? Do you have any Switch cards? Yeah, like Gust and Switch are usually pretty solid staples to include in your list. Raspberry actually, Pot Helmet makes it so Pokemon without a rule box take less damage. Is it? I thought it was without abilities. Ah, well, that's it. Just overall, pretty silly. That would be pretty silly. So yeah, they're chucking the Pot Helmet onto one of their Bouffalant then, so it doesn't have a rule box. Now it takes less damage. Fair enough. Advice is taking out one of their Lipards, shutting down a little bit of their draw power. They've got 6 cards left in deck though, so they draw 1 per turn, 5 left. Lipard to draw through 2 more of those, so they have an out to Grimmsnarl in there. They're in a pretty solid spot, just needing 1 more prize to close out the game. It's pretty tight. But yeah, it looks like Vice just needs to find a way to be able to gust up that Morgrem. How are we doing for time on this, though? Just being mindful of that. Making sure you guys don't get bumped out. We can still see Vice's match. Looks like they DC'd. Vice doesn't know that we're in here. Also, I'm not paying attention. You guys can see all my bookmarks and stuff. Not that there's anything you shouldn't be able to see there, but still. It's gone now. All right, just going to take a look into that match. Just in case they have done a judge call or something. Jab's done a judge call. They assumed it would have lost the second snarl. Need to get drop your phone as being. And yeah, looks like Jab's having some issues with data. Milky, it did rotate so far though. What rotated? So far in the tournament, you got destroyed second turn. Oh, sorry to hear that. Lennox, what happened? Milky, you think that was full face guard, but with 20 less damage? Oh, okay. That was the one that was if you didn't have an ability? Is that what you're saying? Beppe Zero got to head off. Really enjoyed the stream. I appreciate it, man. Well, I'm sure I'll catch you around again. Have a wonderful Friday, bud. Have a wonderful Friday. And if I don't see you for a bit, a great weekend too. Just recommend in your future games, don't drop the doom. All right. So Vice takes that one. Jab, are you in chat here? Or you're just in here? Because I can see your guys' thing. Just want to confirm. If you're in here, you can let me know in here. But yeah, because we'll be pairing the next round in like a second. All right. I like this song. It's like just so chill. Legend? Are you the legend? Like the Legend of Zelda that actually has a game where you are telling the actual legend of Zelda? Is that you? Is that you? Am I seeing my eyes playing tricks on me, or sometimes they do. I'm not wearing my glasses. It makes it tricky. It makes it tricky. You are Legend, but not Zelda. Ah, okay. Okay. I forgot. It's a story of two people. Legend and of. And then Zelda is just like a mindset, right? Right. Forgot about that. Sorry. I'm sorry. My mind's starting to go a bit, guys. Getting old. All right. Where's Jab, though? So Jab is going to be dropping. And then, yeah, I think we're good to kick off the next round, guys. We are good. That's just Jab's call. Doing some judge stuff in the background. Don't mind me. Or do. I don't know. I'm not your dad. Easy. How do we still have a buy? We had odd amounts of people. Jab drops. We still have odd amounts of people. Did two people drop? Jab dropped, Andy dropped. Okay. Two people did drop. That's a shame. Okay, so Addy gets a buy that round. Looks like Vice is into Raspberry. Raspberry. He's streaming too. No shenanigans, please. I know you wouldn't, but just as a reminder. We've got Milky into SG, Slow into Triple. Hey, that's me, and that's them. Vice into Raspberry, Jam into Nikki, Deadsta into Snore, Lennox into Mooseman. Some quality games here, guys. We got some quality games. Are they Raza? Is this the person I'm playing? Oh, wow, they're quick. Speedy. Very speedy. How do you got to buy? Yeah. Which also means you got a win. So that's silver linings. Yeah. Nikki, you're still playing. What do you mean you're still playing? It said all games were concluded. Why are you still playing? Ah, you guys. Okay. Hang on. Guys, yeah, it went to time. Apologies. I saw 8 out of 8 games were concluded. Apologies. No, I jumped the gun on that one. That's fine. Nikki, you're trying to outlive Snorlax? Yeah, it's an unfortunate matchup. Squall messed up the alarm and did 6:30 p.m. instead of a.m. Can't believe you're missing this. It is what it is, but it is what it is. We've got the North American one next weekend, so I'll stream it. It's my Saturday afternoon if that time works a little bit better for you. Something to keep in mind. Do I want to go first? Yes. Yeah, how you doing, man? How's your Friday? That or that? I feel like it's that. Do that, we pump him. Probably should have checked to see what my opponent's playing. Maybe they can KO me first turn of the game. Hope not. Maybe. What am I into? Cubone. Oh. Yeah, let's just do that. Do that. Check that on chop. Pass. Hindsight, I could have started the Pheasantipity and been fine because it would have had the Power Glass and yeah, it'd be all right. But we didn't know that. Sonny, how you going? How are you doing, sunshine? Good morning, man. Squall, you thought you made something passable too. Like you can, there's always people looking for games in the Discord. But yeah, we'll have next Friday night. There is another Budget Build Battle tournament, and we'll actually be starting the season next week. So I'm starting off seasons, and I even have a little something I'm going to be arranging for prizing that we'll be doing at the end of each season. So it'll be 3 months, a quarter of the year, and then we'll have a winner. So it'll be like make top 8 overall of the season. You'll get to play into like a mini tournament effectively of just top 8. And the winner of that will get a little special something. One person that's in chat does know what it is. And we may have said what it was in chat earlier. A couple of the guesses were Goomba socks and Crocs. Also a painting of 2 giraffes. Or me painting you as a giraffe. You never know. You just don't know what you're going to get. Dudsta, appreciate the sub, man. Been sub for 3 months. Ooh, nice. You're into the bronze. Oh, you got the bronze emblem next to your name now. Love to see it. Okay. I hated that Iono, though. We had a nice hand. You broke it. It was nice a second ago, and now it's not. Who hurt you? It wasn't me. I think we do get the Manaphy, though, just because they have Ting-Lu. It hits the active for 30 and hits the bench. So Manaphy's actually kind of relevant. And then it might just be pass. That Iono broke me. Like we actually had a cracked hand before. I was like, okay, I've got the Earthen Vessel. I was going to sack another Psychic Energy, get into 2 more Psychic Energies, Zatu, accelerate some out. And then we had Research also, so like kind of go from there. The Power Glass on the Pheasantipity meant that like at the end of the turn, we'd be scaling up our damage even more and just doing some pretty crazy shenanigans. The Marowak coming up into the active, they do have reversal energy on it, just counting as a colorless, but the second attack just costing double colorless, they're fine to get it off. So they do, and yeah, they get a solid KO into us. Bone Revenge, 60 damage. If any of your bench Cubone have damage counters on them, plus 120. And then the Cubones pump them up more. So yeah, they can do some pretty silly stuff. I'm genuinely not sure what I want to do here. Like, I chuck this in the active, theoretically we tank some hits. That's helpful. Okay. And yeah, I think it is we just commit here. This isn't doing anything for us. This isn't really doing anything for us. At least not yet. So you know what? We will put it down just in case we draw into Psychic Energies. Because theoretically, it'd be nice to be able to heal. At the same time, I just powered up their dude, though, hey? That was a bit of a goof. That was a bit of a goof. Chuck that on there. I could go Ultra Ball, get that. Not really any point right now, though. I think we just attack. Probably could have gone heavy ball though. I know there's another Natu in there. That's a bit of a misplay not doing that, but well, I got caught up in it. I'll be honest. You're excited to be the one who everyone farms for. Well, that's an odd mindset to have, Squall, but oh, all right. Like, you're not confident in your deck, or you're new to the game and just not confident in your skills yet? Like, why are you saying that? Don't say that. You'll do great. You'll do good. Right. So having the boss's orders here, I am wondering, do I just like bossing up one of their doofs? It's good, but at the same time, almost doesn't feel like it does enough. Bossing up a Bibarel, though, now that I can work with. Boss Bib hit it for 90. And then at some point, if I have a bit of damage, we go Monkey Dory, take it out. Takes their draw engine offline. Or I could take out their Cubone, and then their Marowak is significantly weaker. Also seems fine. I think that might be the play, to be honest. Nice. We don't even get hit. Yeah, I think we start taking out their Cubone. Well, that does get us to 120. We get to 120. We take out their draw support. It seems almost too good not to do it. I think we got to do it. We will heavy ball here, though. Get the other Natu. Just so ideally we can get into double Zatu at some point and start pumping our guys. I feel like from here they probably promote the doof. They've got free retreat. They can pivot. It gives them like a second to kind of think, like see what they top deck, establish a game plan from there. What's the Cubone's attack do? Flip 2 coins, 10 damage for each head. Okay. Squall, you're new to the game, but it's okay. You play for fun. Fair. But still, like, don't look at it like, oh, people are going to farm you for wins. I'm sure you'll do fine. Oh, you killed my Manaphy? Rude. He was going to help me. He's my dude. That's offensive. He was friend-shaped, man. Why? Like, the Devo TM is pretty spicy. From here, though, what do I need to get into? I need to get into more energy. This is already doing enough to deal with that. I need to get that online, though. So we grab that. We grab maybe another Power Glass. Getting rid of this. Theoretically. We're getting rid of this. Are we ever actually going to use the Devo TM? It might come up to deal with a doof, I suppose, because it's like Monkey Dory, finish those, but realistically, probably not. Realistically, this, though, also probably not, so let's just get rid of it. Grab these. Then from here, I've got to go Ultra Ball, get rid of this, get rid of this. Grab Zatu. Gonna put it on a different guy. Just so that they're targets for 2 different reasons and not just like, hey, deal with that. Like, no. You gotta pick one. You can take my pivot out or you can take my draw support energy acceleration. Ooh, or I just get both. Beautiful. Okay. So we go into this. He deals with him. He's being set up as a backup one. Having the Power Glass means we can get an attack off and then get a Dark Energy onto it afterwards, and we're in a fine spot. I almost could have gone with that one, right? Just to get 2 separate ones being established, but like this is fine. Nice. And now it's doing 150, so it can deal with the Ting Lu. Ting Lu is obviously online, though, right? Like 1 fighting energy. They bump our stadium. They hit our bench. It's kind of ironic that this is a way to get around that, right? Like they do 30 and we'd just be able to heal it off, but instead I've enabled it. A little bit of an oversight. Just didn't want to discard the hand. Oh, also I forgot. Yeah, I've got the Marvel Strike Force thing going on. Might be doing something in the background tomorrow. All right, we do this. We get Tatsu. Do I need the Tatsu? Like, it's not a bad call. We do know there's another rescue board in there, just as another pivot potential. But at the same point, like, I don't mind grabbing a monkey. Let's grab the monkey. Double monkey. Finding dark energy. Well, effectively dark energy. Use this, pump this. Yeah. I was like, oh no, this is going sideways fast. All right, and yeah, I get that one. So we are 2-0 currently. Nice. Right, so we've got SG and Milky still playing Raspberry into Vice. We suss out Vice's game. Did they already finish? I think they've already finished. Oh no, I just got hit with an ad. That's all that's happening. This one? I think this was the one we used last time. Should probably just reset device. Football ad, yeah. There we go. Now we get to see what Vice is up to. So they've got the Tornadus set up. They've got the double Bouffalant on the bench. They've got the pot helmet on Tornadus, and looks like they've got the attack off as well, I'm guessing, judging by that green arrow. So they're going to be taking, what, 50 less from the attack, 20 or 30 less from the pot helmet, and then 60 less from the Bouffalant. It's a pretty tanky tornado. Football ad, sorry, soccer for the Americans. Yeah. They know what's up. They know what's up. Slow KO, can't do anything and gotta get your stuff ready. Good luck in the tournament. Ah, fair enough, man. Fair enough. Yeah, you said you've got a cup early? That's fair, bud. Good luck in your cup. You got your like perfect 60 sorted for it already? Tornadus tanking that hit. All right. Should probably give a sus just to see how we're doing for time. Got 15 minutes left in the round still. All right, plenty of time, plenty of time. Vice getting the rescue board onto his Tatsugiri, getting the attack off again with the Tornadus, hitting that Cooper Raja. Not enough to take a KO because they've kind of got a similar mindset. They're a tanky elephant. It means the Cooper Raja will go through their Tornadus. Vice will go into another Tornadus and go through the Cooper Raja, but then the Zombazenta is ready to come up and take them out, theoretically. They'll be doing 220 with Zombazenta. With the damage reductions from the Tornadus, though, it's what, minus 110 because of the Bouffalant and its attack? So they do exactly 110. It will be enough to take out the Tornado unless they can get another pot helmet on it. Having Arvin in hand, though, like I feel like they're in a pretty strong spot, so it should be all right. Nikki, you don't get why Manaphy is effective against Kingdra's attack now, because it wasn't earlier. Which Kingdra? Kingdra's like, it reveals the top 6 cards of your deck, does X amount of damage to a Pokemon. It says damage, so if it's sniping something on the bench, it would be blocked by Manaphy. If it's hitting the active, it's fine. But if you're choosing to target something on the bench, yeah, it would be blocked by Manaphy. Right, going for the Rev Room, sacking in energy, drawing some cards, making they've even got a Basque Legion on the back, ready to go. This looks like a pretty tough matchup for Vice, I'll be honest. Keen to see if he can pull it off, though. Because still pretty early days. Neither of them has taken a prize yet. Legend, good thing you can't play 4 S ball. And you can only play 2 copies of the Buffalo. So it's like, if it's prize, you really need that heavy ball. You really wish there was a single prize Terra Pokemon? Get Area 0 online or what? Area 0, Noctowl, Glass Trumpet. It would be a little bit silly. Nikki, you think it was broken then earlier? Do you have any footage of it? I don't recall hearing any issues about it. If you play if you gust Manaphy into the active, canceling clone it, you'd be able to take out the bench, or if you're hitting the active, you'd be able to get around it. All right, so they decide to go into the Basquiat Legion, getting that energy back into the deck, so their Metang will be able to accelerate that out. Also, keeping one of their bulky attackers on the back end, right? That Cooperage, they can just get it set up at any point again. Tornadus isn't going to be able to do enough damage to deal with the Basquiat Legion either. Does complicate things a bit for Vice. Scott Arvin, what's he going for here? Grabbing another pot helmet? Fair. And the capturing Aroma. Nice. Solid defensive Tornado again. Nikki, it was months ago when you just started playing Kingdra. Ah, okay. That's something should really try. Something you should really try is Monkey Dory in your list, especially with these tanks starting to come out. Yeah, fair. Monkey Dory is pretty solid. He's pretty solid. All right, and they are using the Tatsu. Finding... Ooh, Lacey is one of those cards that we haven't really seen played in the format yet. Very solid choice, though, because half the game, it's just a, hey, draw 8 with no downside. So it's like a one-sided Roxanne, but more cards. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I do like the disruptive power that Roxanne brings, though. So that's kind of why I always opt to go for that. But Lacey is definitely a solid call, especially for post-rotation. Just having an easy pivot that it's, oh, Roxanne's gone. What do I do? Now it's Lacey. Yeah, fair. Milky, imagine the scenes. I don't know. I'm kind of fine with Terra Pokemon not being in this format. Because then it would just become one of those things of, okay, every deck is running that and Noctowl now. And it's like, oh, okay. That's kind of the same point we were talking about earlier of like, if we did make this in expanded, it's like, well, Inteleon Scoop Up Net just becomes way too solid. Which, yeah, apparently Scoop Up Net is just flat out banned in expanded. So it's like, okay, we don't really have to worry about that. But still, the Inteleon, just that, I think is enough. Pair single prizers would kill this format. Imagine Torterra. Yeah, Torterra would be sick. Torterra would be absolutely nutty. That question of the day, which I feel like has kind of just been question of the month almost. I haven't updated in a bit. But what's the best deck in your opinion from Stellar Crown? There's been a lot of new cards obviously introduced. But like, oh, the attackers, none of them have felt that great. It's kind of seemed to me like we've got upgrades for decks, but I don't think there's any like great decks that have outright just come from this set. Terrapagos obviously being a bit of an outlier. That one, it seems good, but I'm not sure that it's like top tier by any means. It kind of feels like B tier-ish. Although the one that's been running around with like the Dusknoir line is a little spicy. It's a little spicy. Right, so they do have the boss's orders, gusting up the Tatsugiri, getting around Tornadus's damage reduction. Cheeky, cheeky. All right, so the question here is, do they have a way to get the Galvantula online? Like, we know they've got Crispin in hand. So it's just, do you have 2 different energy types in there? Because if you have the grass, you have the lightning. It's base 50, scales up by what, 80, gets up to 130. And then the ability, I think they do 50 extra damage. So it would get around the damage reduction of Zamazenta. They take 30 less from attacks, but then their resistance 60 less from attacks. So effectively has 190. It might just be out of range of Galvantula, actually. So you're just waiting for Pikachu Magnus. It honestly seems like a cracked combo. Like, oh no, I'm down on prizes, but I've charged up my Pikachu and now Defiance Band is online and I can do 330 and one shot a stage 2 EX Pokemon. Yep, that seems fine. Can't wait for Miraidon to get Flaffy back. Yeah, like it's kind of Flaffy back. It's kind of like Flaffy back. That's pretty spicy. Does he have it? How does it? Zamazenta's attack, is it if the active Pokemon or if any? I think if any were knocked out. Yeah. Okay, so Vice is just trying to get around the Zamazenta though, so not triggering their additional damage output. They're just doing a flat 100. They did bench another Tatsugiri though, so that having 70 HP is a gust target for Zamazenta to be going into. But if they just use Zamazenta and attack the Tornadus, it takes 0 damage currently. So they need to gust around it, or it's just, yep, you do nothing. Addy 3B and expanded would be cool. It would be, but it would be a lot trickier to balance. It would be very tricky to balance. So that's one of the things, like, we can definitely experiment with it if PTCGL ever gets updated to the point where it's a supported thing that they do of like friendly matches with expanded, but we'd also likely have to introduce a ban list. Right, like the Dusk Call we used to have where you could, I think it was discard 3 cards from your hand, evolve up into a Dusk Noir, and then there was Dusk Stone, so you'd be able to just like Dusk Call into Dusk Noir, Dusk Stone into Dusclops, and then Dusk Stone into the Dusk Noir immediately and just knock it out. Put 13 damage counters on something as early as turn 1. Like, that's a little bit broken. So I feel like there'd be a bit more policing needed to be done, unfortunately. And then the Inteleon line. I don't know. Not saying it wouldn't work. I'm just saying there'd be a bit more involvement into what can and can't be played, I think. Dusknoir evolves with Duskstone. I believe it did, didn't it? I could be wrong. I thought you could use Duskstone on it. Somebody look that up real quick. Because I thought it was like Murkrow, Lantern, Dusclops. I thought they could. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I'm human. I make mistakes. Evolves with Reaper Claws. No, in the TCG though, well, after this match, I'll show you guys. I'll show you. And we've got 5 minutes left in this round. Let's see. So it is Miss Magish, Honchcrow, Chandelure, Aegislash. Oh, okay. So it didn't get Dusclops. Never mind. Okay. So that part I was mistaken. It was just that Duskull into Dusclops. Okay. So you can't immediately go into the Dusknoir. Still. Duskull into immediately Dusknoir. A little bit silly. Who is this? Oops. Should have put Artisan down. That was truly. Spice writing on the screen? Now the Kuparaja is just like, nah, you can't play any stadiums. He's gone now, though. It's fine. It's fine. All right, so they've got the Archaludon doing 20 damage into the Tornadus for the KO. Ooh. All right, Raichu getting charged up off that, though. Oh, it's not the Raichu that does damage to everything. It's just, it's got EXP share, effectively. Okay. I thought it was the one that hits everything in play. So like he was going to try and take out the Basculegion, Zamazenta, Kuparaja simultaneously. Wellity. All right. It's just a solid, hey, hit the active really hard in the face. Yeah, fair. So if they do that, though, like if he takes out the Archaludon here, which they have the damage output to do, the risk they have is Zamazenta comes online, takes out the Raichu, then they immediately have to be able to smack back, right? Unless they have a Devo TM. If they've got a Devo TM in their list, then it's just Devo TM. It takes out the Basculegion, takes out the Kuparaja. Still have to find a way to deal with Zamazenta in this Archaludon, though. So Arch Eladon, now that's dealt with. But yeah, I feel like they just go Zamazenta into the active, and this is where it gets a bit awkward with the prize trade. Milky draw 8 is pretty nice, right? It's good. I like it. But it's just one of those things of like, do you run Roxanne to draw 6 and disrupt your opponent, or do you run Lacey to draw 8 and not disrupt your opponent? 2 more for you, or just 2 for your opponent? Trade-offs. I feel like post-rotation though, Lacey. Yeah, 100%. If you're running Roxanne, Roxanne just becomes Lacey. All right, Raichu going down. It does move one of the lightning energy onto the Galvantula, which had experience share though, so that's always a nice little boost. Going to Galvantula into the active spot. Lana, nice. Are they just going to go for Tornaduses again? Just thinking about it. All right, I'm just going to double check how we are doing for time. I think we're getting pretty tight. 2 minutes left. We've got Vice into Raspberry still concluding. Jamjar into Nicky Nintendo. All right, so just checking in on Jamjar and Nicky's game. Just letting them know it is going to time. So we'll see how many prizes are left. If it's like one of them can conclude it in 2 minutes, we'll let them play it out. And looking into Vice's match here, I think the opponent just managed to get it here. So might let them know in chat. But yeah, it'll be Zamazenta takes out their Galvantula. Not too sure what Vice has to respond to with this. Nikki, you're 2-3. Okay, so you have 2 prizes. The opponent has 3. Okay. We'll give you guys like an extra 5 minutes to play it out then. Like 2 turns each extra is kind of the mindset. And Vice is saying in his own chat, they basically have checkmate on board. Yeah, it's kind of what it looks like. They go Zamazenta, takes out Galv. He puts anything else active. Basque Legion just deals with it. Legend. What are you teeing at? I see you. Hey, hang on. I got the order wrong. All right, I'll just let them know in chat. Just popped into his chat. Nick, you can maybe make them deck out. You have 2 turns to finish the game. So can you do that in 2 turns? If not, then it's just a tie. Legend, you're teeing because you're Michael Chickenson? Getting the saxophone out. How you going, Dudsta? What do you think about your deck? What are you running today, Raspberry? Is that you? You just play Vice? It's neat. It's neat. It felt like a very, I don't know, like a bit of a slugfest. You're both just kind of tanking hits, but no, interesting concepts on both sides of the table. See how these two are going. But yeah, we're gonna give them 5 extra minutes, so it's 9:06, basically 10 after 9, we'll call it. Nikki, you're going for the tie now. Well, if you're like, it's already time. If neither of you can win in 2 turns, it's just a tie. So it's up to you guys. Like, what's the game state? If you can send me a screenshot and it actually looks like one of you can resolve it, me play it out. But yeah, as it stands right now, we'll go until 10 after, and then it's just a tie. So please don't stall for time if that's what you've been doing, because like it sounded like you're trying to go for a deck out. I'm not too sure what you're playing. That's the game plan, but Raspberry, this deck is trying to be cloister with high damage. Oh, so better cloister. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. They might win. Okay, well, play it out. Rema, good night. Heading back to bed. Might be able to catch you next week. Oh, good man, Rema. Enjoy your sleep, man. You work hard. You take care of yourself. Get some rest, man. I'll catch you when I catch you. They won? Okay, easy. Appreciate that, Nikki. Okay, so we will reset the match. All right. So we've only had... Wait, did Bison... Oh, Vice's match went to time. He conceded it, though. Because, yeah, we gave him extra time. Raspberry gets that one. Cool. No ties that round. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then we can kick off the next round. Nice. One match issue. Who's got a match issue? What's match issue? Oh, that's done. All right, guys, we are going into round 3. Someone else dropped. There's another buy now. What? Who's dropped? Jab dropped, Andy dropped, Snore dropped, Slow KO dropped. Okay. Fair enough. And it looks like I'm into SG. I was like, I gotta say, the Zelda songs, they're all such jams. I love it. Just love it. Has anyone played the new Zelda game? Like, I know it just came out today, but did anyone pick it up and like started it? Is it good? Nikki, did your winner drop? Oh, did they? Who are you playing? Somebody dropped, yeah. Right. Who am I looking for? Yeah. Like Ghost, right? Ghost Gans. Where are you at, Ghost? Oh, they sent it. Beautiful. Love when that happens. Bruiser, you didn't drop? Okay. I was wondering. Like, 2 more people did drop, though. Thought I said Jam Jar. No, Jab. Jab dropped. I've got Slow KO, Snore Time, Andy, and Jab have dropped. I think for Jab, he was having some internet issues. I'm not too sure why the others did. Might not have been having a great run or something came up. Let's go first. We started off. What's this? Oh, also, like, what do I even do here? I'm considering just going Nest Ball into Tatsugiri. Theoretically hard retreating into it. I'm going to double check what they're playing first, actually. Do I have time? Okay. They're like a stage 2 deck. So yeah, I think we got time. We got time to get online. This feels like a bit of a waste of resources. I do have the Switch. Let's do that. That's nice. That's what we want to see. And on that, though, I think we will just pass. Hesitant about attaching their rescue board just in case they are holding like a lost vacuum. Can check their list, see if they're running it. They're not running it. I could have played it and been fine. That's okay. Barry. That's a different one. Straight draw. Like, makes sense. They're stage 2 deck. They don't want to be discarding things. Bruiser your jam? Yeah, fair. Okay, I guess I could have been charging up. We could have tried to go for a KO. Let's go for this. Maybe I don't need to go for the Arvin. We just try and rush. I think we just get that for now. Grab that, grab that. Get the double Natu and just start digging. Theoretically do that. We hard retreat, we get it back. Or we get Power Glass and do it that way. It lets us keep this for draw power for next turn. Only one Zatsu. No. Well, that happened. Well, I took out my Tatsu though, so I guess it's good that we didn't commit the rescue board to it. So I can put this in the active. We can charge out the energy. Losing that does hurt, but is what it is. Do this. Get the Night Stretcher. Ooh. Do I need that back? No, I think we just do this. Literally just grabbing that. Researching this hand. It's a little aggressive. Might not need to do it. But at the same time, gets me into more stuff. And I like more stuff. Let's grab a monkey. Like, we know he's not going to be able to KO us. Losing 2 of my recovery cards, though, definitely hurts. Not ideal. And yeah, we'll just hold that hand. See if they can get online here. Might just be a bit of a brick start for them, unfortunately. All right, so they're at least finding an Earthen Vessel, letting them thin their deck a little bit. Maybe they get into a draw supporter here. Like, they top decked one, this thins, they draw support, they get into more things for their bench. Pumping their damage. Iono? Okay, good. They're still in it. They are still in it. That's what we like to see. I feel like I need to deal with that, though. Right, like that theoretically becomes the threat. Oh, what else is he getting out? Because they get that into the Zard, it doubles the energy. Ooh, what was that? That's different. They're running 2 different Rapidash. Ah, That's spicy. I thought they were just going all in on this one just to pump damage. Oh, also, apologies, guys. Realizing we didn't pick a winner for the raffle. Let's get that closed out while they do their turn. So we will open it up again real quick. If anyone wants to get in on the raffle, I'll pick a winner at the end of my next turn. Exclamation raffle to enter, completely free. Just make sure you are a follower if you want to win. Starting out at 5 codes for PTCGL. If you're subscribed, you will get triple that though. And if you want, well, welcome to the Goomba Gang. Pet Flansky TV. They hit me. You just hit me in the face. Rude. All right, but we do this. I think we just do this. Yeah, we start charging this up. We start getting a backup attacker online. Means I do have a way to start manipulating some damage. Could technically even just like boss that into the active. Feels like a waste though, right? Any energy in the bin? No. Yeah, we just hit him. Hit him, slowly heal him. Really good. I think we're looking pretty good here. They've got a 1-card hand, which I'm 90% sure is a Charmeleon. Yeah. All right. And yeah, we'll be picking the winner of that raffle now, guys. Easy. And congrats to Lennox. Lennox, did you want 5 PTCGL code cards, or are we going to double it and run it back? All right. Let's move these on to there. Like, we get the KO into this, so we're kind of fine. And they're just trying to top deck out of it. How does double it go? So it starts at 5 code cards. We would just do another raffle and it would be at 10 code cards. And then if someone wins and doesn't want to keep that, we could double it into 20. And then if someone wins that and wants to double it, it goes into 40 and 80 and 160. Lennox, you'll take it? Easy, bud. Can you just check me a message either on Discord or Twitch and we'll get that sent through to you. Yeah, I think I'd literally just keep hitting him in the face. This is unfortunate. Like, now they're finding all their basics. It's not really how you want it to play out, right? Like, they're struggling to find them, and then now it's just like, here's one, here's one, here's one. Yeah, like, that's just unfortunate RNG. Like, we just hit. I think the biggest one we ever did, it was around 200. I don't know if it was over or just shy. Deathlike, do you remember what the number was? It was definitely at about 200, though. Actually, I think I might have just capped it and said we're just stopping it at 200. Squall, did you send me a message on Discord? Because it's one of those things that often I'll forget. I usually do it at the end of stream, so just, yeah, message me right now and be like, hey, Triple, I just won. And we'll get it sorted. Because I don't usually stop while I'm live to go and do it. But if I take a break or something, I can get it sent through. But just to be safe, if you win, flick me a message. Usually easiest on Discord. No, it's all good. That's all good. I'll take your word for it. Right. Well, there's that one. Yeah, unfortunate game for the opponent there. It did seem like they kind of just bricked. Very. Right. Who else is still playing? Else is still playing. So you've got I've won mine, Mooseman won theirs, Raspberry into Duds is still going, Jam into Vice is still going. Okay, we could check that out. Check out Vices. The Joker trailer. Is this out this week? That's next week. I think that's next week. I want to see it. I saw the first one in theaters with my partner, and like it kind of just shook her. And she's like, "No, I don't want to see the second one." Like that movie was very depressing. I'm like, yeah, fair enough. I'm like, I don't know that I really want to go see this alone. It's like an odd movie to see by yourself. All right, how's Vice looking going here? So they Boofalint in the active, only one in play though, so it doesn't have the damage reduction from Curlywall online, unfortunately. That's not ideal. Not ideal. They're getting into a Regieleki. They do have a way to recur a trainer card back from their discard pile into their hand, so it seems like it's that the Pete Hunt Ursaluna deck from last week. Someone's sending it back with it. They do have the Chandelure that can help them mill. Noticing now the screen is not quite in full view. There you go, guys. But yeah, so it's kind of into like a control / mill version. Vice does have the Gengar line in there, but the Ghastly's prized. Yeah, gonna have a bad time. Gonna have a bad time. Can they get the Ursaluna in the active? Is that what the Mabostif does? Once during your turn, you may switch your opponent's active Pokemon to the bench. Okay, so they can bump out the Lecky, but the opponent chooses what comes active. Okay, so it's like Repel, kind of. All right, also, we will get another giveaway going for you guys. Okay, and yeah, exclamation raffle, same as before. If you want to enter for 5 PTC jail code cards, if you win, you have the option to double it and we do another giveaway. Or if you're subscribed, you do get triple the codes if you want to just claim them. Lennox just won the last giveaway, so he'll be getting 5 code cards sent his way. And Squall Owl as well, having some from last week he'll be picking up. So yeah, just check me a DM on Twitch or Discord, please, guys. And I'll write a little note just to remind myself. Lost City in play is pretty big, though. So if they can deal with this Ursaluna, they at least kind of shut down the loop. But it's just how are they going to get it online? Potentially Crispin? Or they don't have enough energy left in the deck? Nah, energy is looking pretty thin. Okay. I guess it is one of those situations where you don't want to overcommit energy to anything just yet. Right? Because if the opponent gusts something up, at least you've got the flexibility to charge the other things. If there is energy in the deck for Crispin, that is, but we'll see. Lana's Aid, they can get one more, or like recur some more energy next turn, and then if they ever get hit with an Iono or Lacy them back in, I guess is a way to get Crispin online. Feels like a bit of a stretch, though. Flansgate random code card has appeared. I like that. That's fun. All right. Curlia ditching their Clavel, slowly thinning their own deck. But yeah, having that Ursaluna just to be able to recur anything they want, like, it's pretty powerful. It is pretty powerful. Because yeah, they pretty much get to a point where it's just loop Palpad and like Gust. Counter catcher being online as well right now makes it pretty tricky for them. Yeah, I think it's got to the point where they've got a loop. Bad times being had. Getting the grass energy onto the Bouffalant. Okay, so slowly but surely they are charging up an attacker. Right? Like they're basically to the point where everything is just a crisping away of being able to attack. Just need to get the energy back in the deck. Also, I'm a bit curious with the Ghastly being prized. It's interesting that they've benched out at this point. But I guess benching the other Bouffalant, maybe there's logic to it. Like if they're scared of getting hit with an Erica or something. Going for here. One more energy and that one's at least able to attack. But yeah, I feel like they've likely got that counter catcher back last turn and are just going to move something else into the active now, unfortunately. Ariados coming out, making it so their evolution Pokemon do have one more retreat cost. Bringing up to Raichu, so now he's a pretty heavy boy. Definitely an awkward spot to be in. Yeah, I think the opponents effectively just got that loop in place. Just checking how we are doing for time here. So we've still got 10 minutes left in the round. Hopefully Vice can find a way to deal with this guy. Addy, are we going to do top 8 deck list review? Yeah, we're going to be bringing that back. I haven't the last few weeks. Partly, I was just kind of getting burnt out. And like last week at the end of stream, I was just ready to be done. It's like, it's been a long week. All right. Vice is getting some energy onto the Raichu in the active. Theoretically, it can start swinging. And the Crushing Hammer. Oh, God. I hate this Ursaluna deck. I don't know how I'd play the matchup into it, to be honest. It's kind of just one of those things of like, just don't overbench, I guess. Make it so everything I have in play is able to attack, just have energy where I need it to be, and be very mindful of the resources being used. Like Monkey Dory, confuse the Ursaluna, make it so they have to coin flip to get an attack off. Good luck in the raffle. Warped and Lennox. Addy, you should have seen your game against Milky. He swoops in last second with Slowbro. You're about to win with one prize, and he takes his last two with Twilight Inspiration. Yeah, Milky's always got some spicy plays up his sleeve. I love it. Always cooks up some crazy shenanigans. All right, going for the Crispin play. Is there energy? Ah, oh, there's no energy left. No Super Rod in there either. So yeah, there wouldn't have been a way to get it set up. I think it's just one of those situations of yeah, the resources are gone, unfortunately. Vice just cutting his losses there, and yeah, fair enough. All right. That's that one done. We've got about 8 minutes left in the round. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, guys. Just pop to the bathroom, grab some more water, do the same, take care of yourselves. And yeah, we'll be right back. What's being said here? Addy, what are you saying is toxic? Who's being toxic? Lennox, how do you get the codes? Send me a DM on Twitch, please. DM on Twitch or Discord, and I'll get them sent through to you at the end of stream. Milky, or have a strat where Ghost Fish constantly shuffles back energy to prevent deck out against Ursaluna. Ursaluna's, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Ursaluna, but it's a legitimate strategy. We just need to find a way around it. Addy, also, you should have seen, oh, I saw that comment already. Easy, but yeah, I think all matches should be sorted now. We'll get the next round going. We've got no judge calls to resolve, do we? Nah. Too easy. All the games concluded, and we technically have 50 seconds left in the round. Look at that. Good job, team. Knew we could do it. All right. Yeah, I think we just start the next round though. Everyone's done, so. "30 seconds early, be okay." We'll be okay. So yeah, getting into round 4. Oh, round 4 of this. Vice got a bye. Man, that's not fun. And yeah, okay, so I'm playing Raspberry. Me into Raspberry. Milky into... Where we got this? Raspberry versus me. Milky into Jamjar. SG into Nikki. Mooseman into Dudsta. Addy into Lennox. And then, yeah, Vice ends on 2-2-0 with a bye. One of those wins being, yeah, the bye, unfortunately. All right. Well, Raspberry, square up, buddy. What are you playing this week? A tag? Oh, right. I saw you into Vice earlier. It was like the Bouffalant into the steel box. The tanky guys. The big boys. Reed Kramer, what's this about? So we're playing the budget build battle tournament. So it's a tournament I host over on Limitless, and effectively the whole idea of it is no rule box cards. So no EXs, no Vs, no Radiants, no A specs, and also you can only run 2 copies of a card with the same name. So that applies to your special energies, your trainer cards, and your Pokemon. If a Pokemon evolves into a stage 1 in your deck, you can have 1 extra copy of the basic, and if it evolves into a stage 2 in your deck, you can have 2 extra copies of the basic, just to kind of help with consistency for evolution decks, so we don't have just big basic decks dominating the format. So yeah, it makes for some very interesting deck building concepts, and we're always seeing different things in the top 8. And we're going into round 4 of the tournament right now. So we do 4 rounds of Swiss, followed by top 8. All right, is Raspberry on here? Camille. They're not on. Maybe he's restarting? Not too sure. But yeah, no, it's a pretty fun format. If you want to give it a try ever, we do tournaments every Friday night in Australian Central Time at 8 p.m. So you can, should be a link in the description of the stream over on YouTube. It'll take you through to it. I haven't set up the tournament for next Friday. Obviously, we're going to do it at the end of tonight, but there is one for North America that I do once a month, the first Friday of every month. So if that time works a little bit better for you, that one is ready for signups as well. Raspberry to win, you just need to do enough damage to KO Luna. Yeah, just take out the bear. You see a bear, treat it with extreme prejudice. Milky, totally get it. That's probably why it's going to be a once in a blue moon thing for you after this turn. Oh, Milky, are you running the Ursaluna? Dirty. No, I'm like, honestly, it's a fine deck to play. It's annoying to play against it, but it's a genuine strategy, and we as players need to be able to adapt and be aware that it exists, right? Because if you're just going in with the exact same game plan into every single matchup and you don't have text for these situations, that's kind of on you. And like, I can own that, right? Like, I played into Ursaluna last week too, and it was frustrating. And that was on me. Like, there were some situations where I could have done things differently. And like being aware that they run high counts of counter catcher. It's like, well, maybe you don't give up prizes too early because you don't want them gusting around until you have your board to the state that you want it in to kind of just run away with the match. Into them, what are they going to do here? Gather the crew. They establish their bench. I just go nest ball. Like, do I just start going to Nat 2s? I'm almost thinking I just start going Nat 2s. I could just go Fez though, right? Like I go Fez, I've got the Crispin, I can get it online that way. Monkey Dory can start getting established, but at the same time, I go into Natu. How am I going for Zatu? So there's only one in here. You know what? No, I think we do just go into Fez. Do that. Pass. I at least got that out. Crispin will get a Dark Energy on the Fez next turn. Just so it's invincible, and we manually attach the Psychic to the active Monkey Dory. We take out their Basculin. Risky thing about that, obviously, it does bring their Zamazenta online. Maybe I should have attached the Psychic Energy to Monkey Dory. Unless I go Crispin, grab a Dark Energy, attach it to the active Monkey Dory, hard retreat it, go into Pheasantipity, attach Power Glass to it, manually attach Psychic Energy to the Pheasantipity. It attacks, end of the turn, we get that back. Finding a second monkey. Right? Because like I'm just worried that this comes online and we're in a bad spot. Put in my hand this one. Attach to a Pokemon this one. Bench another monkey. Bit risky letting that live, but at the same time, it means this isn't online yet. So if they go for a half hit into me, it lands. Monkey Dory can move 30 damage off it, take that out unless it evolves up, and then I can get another attack off with Fez. We also have Moonlit Hill, so it's like theoretically I could sack this Psychic Energy, heal the Pheasantipity. Vice, give it to you straight. Is a 2-2 good enough for cut, or are you cooked?
You want to relax.
I'll have to take a look at the standings. Because there has been quite a few people that have dropped. But like, I don't know, as it stands right now, I'm not too sure. Let's take a look. Standings as it is right now, you are on 9th. Yeah, you're on 9th at 1-2. So you've gone up to 2-2. You should be all right. I think you might just squeak in, to be honest, Vice. Yeah, might. Because yeah, if you look at the standings right now, you are in 9th. So I think you should be okay. It was one of those things we didn't have like crazy turnout this week. And I think 4 people did end up dropping just due to internet connection issues and life. How are you liking the format though, Vice? Because like we were popping into your games and I finished. I was like, oh, who's streaming this? I'm like, oh, Vice is online. Because like normally I pop into Discord. There's some people in there, but I'm like, no. This is like crystal clear content right here. We pop into that. And I like, you always had like little notes written on the side. I'm not sure if you were doing that for me or you just weren't doing audio or video tonight. So like, okay, maybe he's just typing up on there tonight. But no, it's cool. Like you're like ghastly surprised. You're like, oh, that's not good. Not under control. You don't want that. Reed, sorry, I missed your earlier message. Festival Grounds probably goes pretty crazy then. Festival Grounds has seen some success in the format. Yeah, I think we've seen it win 1 tournament. So it doesn't go like too nuts, but it's definitely relevant. Okay, Zamazenta being online, concerning. It's definitely concerning. I'm almost wondering if I don't hit this. At the same time, I need to get into stuff. Like we're kind of drawing bricks right now. Like, do I just play this so I can sack another energy and get it back? But at the same time, it's like, well, there's already one in there. Might just attach one here. This thing 100% just breaks me though, right? But no, we'll attach that there at least. Get that online. This gets knocked out. Lana gets those energy back. We're in all right standing. Please be a draw supporter. Nope. Okay. Yeah, for the lurkers, you like this format? Nice. That's fair. It's pretty fun. Well, I hope I see you rock up to some more tournaments then. Because, yeah, we have them every Friday for Australia. And then I do the monthly one for North America because I was doing it like back to back, but I was just getting burnt out, man. And like didn't really have time to make other content. And while I really enjoy this format, it's kind of like a secondary part of the channel. It's not like the main meant to be the main focus. I did need time to like make shorts, keep up with the news, and try and do some standard deck lists, but I might be stepping away a little bit from that. All right. Well, we're about to get bodied by a dog. If they hit, or if we hit tails. Yeah, so I'm getting bodied by a dog. And how does this work? They take 30 less. The pot does what? 20 or 30 less? 30 less. So Monkey Dory does literally 0 damage into this. I am reliant on them hitting themselves in the face. Cool. But at the same time, like me charging up a Pheasantipity back, right? Like, I think it literally is. We just do this. Get that, get that, get that. Bench him. We attack. We do nothing. It is what it is. They hard retreat. Oh, they don't even need to hard retreat. They have free retreat because of this. Oh, Archelodon, I hate you. I love you, but I hate you right now. Oh, Toasty, Ursaluna, Ratlock, Spider-Man pointing meme. What? Is there like multiple Ursaluna in the top 8 right now or what? Nikki, your opponent conceded, so now you're on 7 points. You might make top 8. That's awesome. Archelodon's so crazy. Archelodon seems like pretty good value for this format. Like the fact that they can now, yeah, just free retreat into this and just bonk me. Not great. What? Are you kidding me? Now we're fighting her. Oh, this game's funny. It hurts me sometimes, but it's funny. Well, I guess at the very least, I can check Fez in the active with Luminous Energy. We can technically get an attack off that's going to do 0 damage now to any of his guys, because it'll just be doing 30 and they have Full Metal Lab. But we could potentially be invincible. More so leaning towards we're just going to chuck Tatsugiri in the active to hopefully get into a draw supporter of some sort. I think this one snowballs, though. We got started very slowly, and getting past their defense is going to be very tricky. And the fact that they can just pivot out of my confusion is, yeah, that's frustrating. Nasal Lariat. Oh no. Yep, fair. Okay, we chuck. It's got to be the bird in the active, right? I guess it doesn't really matter. Either of them is getting switched out. We put this in the active. Maybe we draw into rescue board. We chuck it on there. We pivot. All right. Thanks, game. It's finally starting to help, kind of. Okay, pivot into that. We chuck this on there just in case they do gust us. I do this. Oh, like it's got to be Iono, right? I can't lose the Zatu. And I probably want to hang on to that switch. Getting them down to a 4-card hand, I don't think that really fixes anything for us. That's kind of nice, though. All right. I can work with that. Heavy Ball, Zatu, cool. If I can find my Natus, that would be really neat also. He's going to die, though, so that's unfortunate. And now, yeah, I guess we pass. All right. Not in a great spot. Not in a great spot here. We'll play it out, though. Just trying to think what we can do to get around this. Because, like, the Zamazenta, yeah, we need to get up to crazy damage to deal with it, and we need to hit heads off Pheasantipity to just be able to tank a hit or two. Monkey Dory could theoretically help us fix some things up if we ever take a bit of chip damage, but I feel like they're always just going for massive KOs. Like, we're not going to be moving damage counters with Monkey Dory. He's mostly in here for that if we pair into Frostlass, which I don't think anyone was running Frostlass this week, which is pretty interesting. Like, Frostlass into this, they would just be shredding that board right now. Matang would be dying, Reverend would be going down, Arch Aladon would be going down, Zama would be going down, Kuparaja would be going down. Yeah. Surprised that Frostlass has kind of fallen off. I feel like it's just one of those cards that like people played it and they're like, let's try some different things. Okay. And now we pray. Might be the Evo TM. And theoretically that. Right? Like I can get the Fez back. That also gets me the Fez back, but... Or I just get another Fez out that way. Let's do that, actually. Patch that. Theoretically, just start charging you up. Got this to get Dark and Psychic back. Yeah, I think we're okay. Right, and one of them was prized. All right, it'll be okay. Everything will be okay. It'll be okay. Might not be okay. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Squall, you have the full art Arch Aladon. You wish you could do this at home? Well, you could always just sleeve them up, right? Sleeve up 2 decks, you can play some games against someone. I'm liking this steel build though. This is cool. It feels very on brand. Like the Heatran one before also is just silly. But like this feels like, yeah, it's like tanky metal. Okay, so we managed to tank a hit finally. That's nice. We have the Devo TM, which is also nice. We have the Tulip, which I feel like is too early right now. We can do this though. We can get these back, start charging this up. We're not going to be doing much or, well, technically anything yet. I can work with that. I guess I could have attached the Dark. I could have attached the Dark here, hard retreated, gone into this with a Power Glass. But no, it also feels like a bit of a moot point. Like this one, yeah, that was a waste. I need to start attacking. I wasted that turn. Squall, just got to convince your friends to try the game. Yeah, like fair enough. If you have 2 decks sleeved, it usually makes it a lot easier. You're not having to convince them to go buy cards and try it. It's just like, hey, I have these. Do you want to play a game? Run them through the rules. Pretty easy to pick up. All right, we're invincible again. Our luck's gonna start running out now, though. I have a feeling. Maybe not. Okay, we use this. Get rid of Manaphy. Get it out of here. Get into these. I need to get into this one because it is doing more damage, which means I need to find some switch cards. Or just attach one of these hard retreat. Or just find a switch card. Perfect. Is there any in here? There's one dark. Feels like such a waste. Chucking this on there to get one energy. I think I've got to throw it onto there. Hit it for 120. How much does he have without that? 200? It's like the Devo TM. Yeah, the Devo TM doesn't even take out the basic. We just keep hitting heads though. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. Sculpture, you just the hardest part is building 2 even decks, to be honest. You don't have many cards there. You can always proxy too. That's something to keep in mind. Like as long as you're not bringing it to official events, it's fine to proxy. Just print out copies of the card. Sleeve it over an energy. That's what we do to test decks before they release. And like, yeah, if you're new to the game and just getting to be able to try it out, there's nothing wrong with it. Reed, is there any requirements to compete? You've literally never competed in a tournament before, and it seems like a lot of fun. No, you literally just have to have PTCGL and you sign up on the Limitless page. Completely free to enter. Just have a legal deck list for it. So the rules are on the tournament page. It'll walk you through how to do it. I also have videos on YouTube covering top 8 decks. So if you want a list from there, or you can look at previous tournament results and get a list, or just, yeah, get an understanding of the requirements and build one yourself. Yeah. So there's no prerequisites. You don't have to do like a test or anything like that, or pay. Come on, heads. You can do it, Fez. You can do it. Oh, no. He almost did it. He almost did. I think we might be done. Like, I can get most of that energy back. Having one of the Zatu's prized is definitely tricky. And not having a pivot retreat right now is not helping things. But we can go Tulip. We can get this and these back. Okay, I can't bump the stadium, right? Because that exists. I go into this. What's it doing for me? Basically nothing, right? I Devo him now. It's also doing basically nothing. Like, I feel like it's too early to go into him, though. That's the thing. Unless I pivot, go into this, bump the stadium. I don't hate that idea. But no, I think we have to go into Fez, hope to hit the heads. Like, at this point, they're down to 2 prizes remaining. We don't really have much of a chance, regardless. We'll throw that down, sure. I don't think we get there, though. I'm Jaybird. Neat format. Any reason to exclude Radiance? They aren't rulebox mons. They are rulebox mons, actually. But also just they're pretty broken cards. Like, if a deck's able to run Radiant Zard and Radiant Greninja, right? Like, not both, but having the options of those, it just kind of tilts things a bit, right? Because then it becomes one of those things of like, oh, well, water has an inherent advantage because they just run Baxcalibur, Radiant Greninja. That's solid, right? Like, they've got inbuilt draw power and the ability to snipe 2 things. A little bit silly. But no, Radiant Pokemon are rule boxes. Misunderstood rule box. Thought it was 2 prizers. No, yeah, rule boxes means Radiance means ace specs. For whatever reason, Limitless doesn't view ace specs as rule boxes, but it is, yeah, that's like a rule for ace specs. I guess that might be one of the ones where it's like a little bit of a gray area, but no, for all purposes considered for this format, we consider ace specs. as Roblox is as well. So it's just a way to kind of shift the focus more so onto just, the single prize attackers. Kind of like a callback to like the theme deck format of BTCGO. Nicky Nintendo, you like this format? Can't wait to build another deck. Nice. Do you have anything in mind that you're going to cook up next, Nicky? And yeah, Jaybird, are you playing in the tournament tonight? Or are you kind of just like spectating, just giving it a sus right now? Oh no. Okay, so another Pheasantipity is gone. Yeah, this isn't looking good. We can chuck this one in the active. We do have the ability to get a Dark Energy onto it. I kind of think we just have to chuck Monkey Dory in the active here and just go for a bit of a Hail Mary. But it's basically, I just need to flip coins like crazy. Welcome to the Goomba Gang, Jay Birdie. Yeah, we just didn't get online fast enough this matchup. Iono them to 1. Maybe we get out of this. Probably not, but maybe. Chuck that on Chia. We can conserve energy this way at least. Right? Kinda. Is there one in the bin? Please tell me there's dark energy in here. Yeah, we're good. Cool. Let's do that. We Devo. Or not Devo, we Iono. Also, I completely forgot the play I said about putting Flutter Main into the active, but then, we would have had to commit the energy to retreat. Game's frozen, I think. Iono into not letting me play my cards. So there we go. It was just having a moment. Yeah, I think from here we've got to potentially gust up their Arch Aladon. If we can gust up the Arch Aladon or gust up the Reverum. Gust up the Reverum, it could take out their Draw Engine. Gust up the Arch Aladon, it could take out their free pivot. They've got boss. They get around the Pheasantipity. They just hit something. That's game. Nikki, you think Conkeldurr with Claw for a variant of Ancient Box? Ooh, could be pretty spicy. That could be pretty spicy. Yeah, we've seen Ancient Box be pretty successful in the format before, so no, it seems like a good call out. And yeah, the Raspberry gets that one. So I've gone 3-1. We should be safe for top 8. And it looks like that is the last match that needed to conclude. Nice. All right, guys. Well, I think from there, we potentially just pair the top 8. Or give a sus of the deck list. We could give a sus of the deck list just to kind of narrow down the most unique deck of the night before we get started into the top 8. Maybe we do that. Raspberry's Unstoppable? He's doing pretty good tonight. He's doing pretty good. Good game, Raspberry. All right. So yeah, it's the easiest way to go about this. I think just by the standings, we can see their lists. Okay, so top 8. I guess it could change a little bit once we do the next pairings. But as of right now, we'll take a look at the top 8. So what do we got here? Realizing it has not switched the screen you guys are seeing. Very odd. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just getting the images set up for everything anyways. You're not missing out on anything. Just be jumping between tabs. All right. Why this isn't going? I don't know. Okay. That one you guys can see. Oh, I had this open on a separate tab. That's why. We'll do it later. We'll do it after the tournament. I set it up for, yeah, nothing. But yeah, we'll get the top 8 sorted out, guys. technically minute and a bit left. All the rounds are concluded, and into top 8, there isn't really the requirement of check-ins. It's kind of just play the game at your own pace. Obviously, be respectful of your time and your opponent's time. But yeah, going into the top 8 now, and we'll see how we go. Okay, so into the top 8, we've got Raspberry into SG, Jamjar into Dudsa, Triple into Vice. Whew. And Milky into Nikki Nintendo. Well, this would be interesting. This would be interesting. Is he still on? Letting Vice know we're closing the stream. He would have got a notification that we're playing. And I am 99% sure I've got Vice on here. We've played previously. I'm just not sure if he's made a new one. Yeah, Vice takes heart. We've got him. And I'll probably just give him a minute. Looked like he was playing some ladder. Raspberry, he built this deck only because of me, actually. You said Metal Box is good. You just thought, okay, let you test it. And now you're 4-0 with it. So yeah, no, Metal Box seems good. Addy, you got put 9th, but you have the same amount of wins and losses as 8th. Yeah, it's a bit of a bubble then. So what happens with that is it will take into account your opponent's win-loss rate. So like if you had a bye, if you had one of your opponents dropped, or if your opponents didn't have very good runs, like it takes these things into consideration. So yes, unfortunately, we call it bubble. Close though, very close. Did you have fun, Addy? That's the main part. All right, we'll open the Natu. We can get our Fez on the bench. We can get energy accelerated out to it. Vice was playing, what, the Bouffalant thing? So I don't think they can get any attacks off really first turn. Potentially just Joltix to obviously get their board being established, but not necessarily as a threat. Let's grab our Fez. I don't have any way to switch right now, do I? No. So yeah, we'll grab Fez. We'll grab another Natu. Off the heavy ball, I don't think we really have any targets. Do we? No. Too dark in there. Luminous energy. One of our Natus. Why do they just love hanging out in there, hey? Get rid of that. Okay. So, I need to find Luminous energies, or Pheasantipity is kind of pointless. Like both Dark Energy and Illuminous being prized. Not great, especially not into top 8. Like that's kind of our whole shtick. Yeah, they've got the Joltik, which means they're getting the energy onto the Tornadus. I need to deal with that sooner than later. Ditto being able to copy the Tornadus's attack is actually kind of silly. Going Lacy just for 4 cards off that. Obviously, they want to be hanging on to that until later in the game where they are getting that full 8 off of it. But it is what it is. Our Pheasantipity, though, having 120 HP, Tornadus only doing 100, does mean we can tank hits from it also. And then we've got Monkey Dory, obviously, to throw that damage back onto them. So it's a way to kind of get past their damage reduction. Devolution TM, yeah, it's not going to really do anything for us, at least not yet. We will just attach here. Going for the Iono, like not a great feeling. We're giving them 6 cards, But I also kind of just need to get into things myself. And yeah, finding this off there kind of hurts. We do get a knockout into this though, right? Like we come up, we only need 1 energy to take the KO into Joltik. We'll bench the monkey just to be a bit of a threat to them. Like, oh, hey, maybe I have it. I don't, but they don't need to know that. And then theoretically, we grab the Tatsu. Do I even need the Tatsu? I feel like we should be all right here. Got the rescue board. We'll grab the Tatsu just as the pivot. Something gets KO'd, it's just an easy one to go into. I need to find some Zatus ASAP though, so hopefully one off our prizes here. No, Dark Energy is big though. That's helpful. Like, I guess that's kind of the benefit of prizing all of our good cards is we should be getting a good card off of our prizes. It's like, well, Luminous, 2 Dark, and a Zatu. Like 4 out of our 6 prizes, I'm more than happy to get. Addy, you enjoy the Lunatone Soul Rock deck. Felt very consistent. Nice. That's good to hear. And Reed, you know what? You're going to make this more fun. You won't spend any credits on this deck. Ooh, that's a nice challenge to make for yourself. Cristobal Ramirez, welcome to the Goomba game, buddy. How's your Friday going? Okay, so Fez tanking a bit of that hit. They are going to be taking how much less damage here, though? 50, 80? Like, we're doing nothing into them? I check this on them, or check this on him. Theoretically, we are invincible. I don't get to move any of the damage counters off myself, which is less than ideal, but it is what it is. And knowing that these are going to be going in the discard anyways, I'll go Lost Vac, get rid of this because it's not going to be used. We'll get rid of that helmet. So now I'm at least doing 10. Getting into the Power Glass, kind of nice, but like, not great. I'm almost thinking I go into this, just get these charged up. Right? I know I'm only getting 1, but it's a way that, hey, I can get him, I can get the Monkey Dory online. We can confuse them. They can whiff the attack. Ideally, he whiffs the attack here, like we get heads. But them having that Gengar, they're getting heads. So as long as the Gengar is not prized, they've got a free retreat option out of the confusion, right? Because it can just bounce itself into the active. Does have 1 retreat though. Or does it bounce anything into the active? Once during your turn, you can switch your active Pokemon with one of your benched. Okay, so we confuse this. They just move into Ditto. And they take down the Fizz. Oh, all right. Not ideal. Not ideal. Okay, Tatsu into the active. Can we find a way to get this back? Or do I just go into this? Shuts off abilities, doesn't really do much else. I use this. He bounces him into the active. They hard retreat. They go back into this. It's doing 100. The monkey can at least tank the hit. Nothing else can. All right, I think the monkey's got to be the play. That's relevant now. That's also very relevant now. Do I boss? Like I could boss this into the active. It gets like he just kind of gets around us though, right? I just want to get around that damage reduction because right now I'm only doing 10. I do 10, I confuse them, they just bounce. I do 60. No, they take less. So it's maybe I take that out then. How much health do you have? 90 on the pre-evo. Game plan on this. We get it slightly beaten up. Monkey Dory moves 3 damage counters onto it at some point. We have a Devo play to take out the Haunter. Well, now I don't anymore. That's gone. Addy, you're going to watch this game, then you got to head off? That's totally fair. That is totally fair. Okay, well, we got back into the Tulip at least. We've got the Power Glass, so yeah, it's like we can go fairly aggressive. All right. Very nice. Use this. Get this. And this. Bench you. See if we can get into some sort of switch so I don't need to lose these. That's pretty big. But at the same time, I think it's just Power Glass, right? We've got 1 dark in there. The other dark's prize, so I do have to check the Luminous onto him. Keep him alive. Go into this. It's like theoretically just set that up for the Devo play, or I start chipping away at the Ditto. Chipping away at the Ditto is not a bad call, just because it does take one of their attackers offline. And it gets past their damage reduction. Kind of want to keep this damage there. Right, like I don't need to go too crazy with the Moonlit Hill early. Oh, well, that's rude. Like, I guess go into this? Yeah, take out my Natu. Go for it. Holt, how's it going? How's the BBB going? It's good. It's good. We are into the first round of top 8, and I've paired Vice, who's also streaming the tournament. So you can kind of see both sides of this table if you want to go check out their stream. But he's in a pretty solid spot here. We go Tatsu into the active. Do you have a switch? Which is nice. I think we grab the boss. How much am I doing right now? 90. So I could boss that up. I think we do take out the Gengar. So we take out the Gengar, then the Monkey Dory actually becomes a bit of a pain for them to deal with. Right? And we're hitting 60. I need to get to 70. Is there another Fez in the bin? There's not. I could get the other Natu back just to help scale up damage faster, but it also kind of feels a bit unnecessary. Might just chuck this on here. Okay. So their pivot option's gone now. Finding this is big. This gets KO'd. I just go Night Stretcher, get him back, chuck this on there. It counts as the Dark Energy. We're fine. We also have Monkey Dory that's going to take out their Ditto next turn. And then I think I need to start focusing down these Bouffalints. They're going to try and get the Gengars back? Yeah, fair. Honestly, good card. I need second monkey on my bench. There's not one in the bin, is it? No. Okay, so it is in the deck. Like, theoretically, it's that, which hurts. It might just be this, though. Right? Like, if I can keep the energy out with him. I think it's this. Because I don't want to be put in a situation where I have nothing. I don't want to give up that. Like, this has kind of done its part to get him strong enough that I should be getting through them momentarily. And double monkey to take out the Ghastly before it becomes a threat is pretty big. So how much is he doing? 150. He's got effectively... Now we found another bird. What? 60, 50, 110, 220. I'm not quite there. It's Arvin. The other monkey in here at least? Okay, the other monkey is in there. Let's grab that. Let's grab potentially that. I don't even have enough damage out to deal with him though. Okay, so it is take that out, start setting up into that. So we'll go... Definitely bench that. Bench that. Get a power glass onto it. At least now I can go Ultra Ball. Lose one of these because the power glass will be getting that back, so that's fine. Get the other monkey. That's gone. The Iono is kind of big. And then, yeah, it's like, do I just start setting this up then? I almost should have just charged these up, to be honest. Oh, that would have been a lot smarter. I could have just confused him here. They don't have the Haunter online. Or the Gengar online. That for next turn is big, at least. Okay, so for right now then, yeah, we just go Night Stretcher, we get the Natu back. Next turn, we Tulip, we get the Evolution. We know that he's not doing enough damage to one-shot us, though. Goes up to 70, that's fine. If they hit us, Monkey Dory moves damage counters, he's dealt with. Okay. Overthinking, but I think we get there. Diego Former, hello, just started playing the TCG and actually using the Greninja EX deck. Do I recommend an EX? It kind of depends for what you're going with for. Like, if you're enjoying Greninja, play Greninja. There's nothing wrong with playing Greninja. If you're looking for like meta, like competitive relevant decks, you'd probably be wanting to learn something like Charizard EX, Regidrago V-Star. Those are kind of like the two I would recommend for you. Charizard's pretty easy to kind of get your head around and is really good to learn the game because it teaches you about resource management. What am I going into here? I'll just go into this, right? They don't have anything that hits me hard enough. Or we'll go into this monkey. Go into this monkey. All right, if he hits me, I just give him the counters. He doesn't hit hard enough. Wait, why is it stuck on my timer? My timer's still going down. How's it going, Fortitude? I'm doing just dandy, my dude. Just dandy. Okay, the Tulip here feels a little bit unnecessary. Ionoing them down to a 3-card hand, also not great. But we just go Adrena Brain. We're going to take this out with the counters. Do I just leave this 60 on there? I think we just leave that 60 on there. He has to bring up something new. Okay, this effectively has what, 60, 170? We're doing 150, 180, 210. Like, this feels like a waste, but at the same time, I think it gets us to the number, so we go for it. Overcommitting? Yes. Regrets? No. Yeah, that'll do it. I don't know why I thought I needed that extra energy on there. We could have put that dark energy on the bench fez. We're fine. All right, they have the Gengar in hand, we know. So as they bump the math Bostiff into the active, I have to pivot into something. We just give them the Crispin. Is he going to hit me with Gengar? Oh, puts me to sleep. Oh, you're cheeky. And I just used my switch. That might do it. Right? Because this ignores damage. Oh, he just scoops. Ah, fair. That's fair. Fortitude, no more Tech Arena? No. No, we're going to be trying out Marvel Strike Force. I didn't realize it would already be having the little pop-up for you guys in chat. I thought I had to do an extra thing to make that go live. I like that, though. That was a good game into Vice. And yeah, I really hope you enjoyed the format. It seemed like he's having a good time. Okay, so I am moving on to the next round against Nikki Nintendo. Nice. Well, Nikki, if you're in chat, make sure you mute it, minimize it, and we'll kick off the next round. Don't think we have added each other yet. No. Okay, so friend request sent over. Addy, got to head off for the night? Oh, good. BRB, leaving the stream? Oh, good. Yeah, as long as it's like muted and minimized, you're good. You still playing Mech Arena? Fortitude is pretty fun. Honestly, I like that game. All right, are they popping up yet? No. Not yet. Oh, PTCGL. Vice, yeah, just best of one in top 8. Yeah. It's just one of those formats where it's like the games can go a little bit long. So if we did best of 3s, we'd be around till like 1 in the morning. How'd you like it though, Vice? And like, honestly, your list was sick. I had to like do some mental gymnastics. I was like, well, he's taking less damage, so I've got to be a little bit creative with the damage counters, like moving them around, making sure we're taking out the priority things. And like you having that Ditto on the back, I'm like, well, I can't confuse him with Monkey Dory because he just goes Gengar into Ditto. That one's like an attachment away from being a relevant attacker. It's just pretty scary. Raspberry, you won somehow against Firebox. Nice. Pulse, is anyone excited for Pocket? Like mixed feelings on Pocket, to be honest. All right, Raspberry, I'll wait till you're done with your hydrates, man. You're spamming them. I will hold off. All right, we are matching into Nikki Nintendo. Giving her a sus, see what she's playing. And Vice with the raid? How you going, man? Good game again, by the way. Everyone coming by from Vice's stream. Triple BTCG, as you might notice from the sign here. And yeah, just played Vice. So it's just now you get to see the other side of that table into the next round. Hope you guys are enjoying seeing the budget build battle format. It's something I've come up with and we run on Limitless every Friday night. So if you're based in the Oceania region, hope we catch you guys at the next one. The rules are pretty straightforward. No rule box cards. So EXs, Vs, Radiants, A-Specs, none of that nonsense, and a limit of 2 copies of a card with the same name. So that applies to special energies, trainer cards, and Pokemon. There is a slight exception though, so for basic Pokemon. We'll wait till Squirtle's done his thing, speaking of basic Pokemon. So with a basic, if it evolves into a stage 1 in your deck, you can have 1 extra copy of the basic. If it evolves into a stage 2 that's in your deck, you can have 2 extra copies of the basic. So you could theoretically run a 4-2-2 evolution line or even a 4-0-1 evolution line if you wanted. As long as the stage 2 is in there, it unlocks that kind of like requirement for you to have the extra 2 copies. And yeah, Raspberry has just spammed a bunch of hydrates. So we got Das Boot here. I'm not going to chug the whole thing because I'm not a madman, but I'll do a big sip. I'll call that pretty good. About a half liter. Vice, he smashed it? No, didn't smash it. That was a good match. I feel like that was pretty well balanced. You definitely had me on the ropes. Like when you had that Gengar and the Ditto on the back end, I was like, this is tricky. Very tricky. Because it was just one of those situations of like, I wanted to go into Monkey to confuse you. And it's like, that's a pointless play. Like you just go Gengar and like, yeah. And like the Gengar into Mabostiff to force me to bounce out again. I'm like, that's annoying because I can't even have the Pheasantipity sat in the active with Dark to be like, you have to flip a coin. And it's like, nah, he just gets around that. I'm like, bad times. The math was kind of nice though. Like all your guys only doing 100. I like at least knew I was in a situation where I could always tank a hit and have damage counters to play with Monkey Dory. So I appreciated that. So thank you. What are we doing with this hand? Like theoretically we have Crispin, we can get online next turn. At the same time, I do want to get into Nat2s, which might just be Ultra Ball these away. I think it is just Ultra Ball these away. Bit of a Hail Mary, I'll be honest, but honestly, I think worthwhile. Probably shouldn't have grabbed the Crispin off the Tatsu, to be honest. We do that, we do that. I don't think they have a way to attack first turn. What's Nikki running? We took a sus of the list very quickly, but not a little too quickly. They're in Kingdra. Okay. Okay, so 4-2-2 Kingdra line, a 3-2 Bascullegion Legion line. Whole concept is just rush water energy onto Kingdra and hit me in the face really hard. 1 water energy, reveal the top 6 cards of your deck. It does 60 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy you find there. Okay, so they can be sniping my bench, which is concerning. So I do need to get into a Manaphy. Why did they just tackle me? Why didn't you gather the crew? That's different. Okay. Okay. Like I'm almost leaning towards boss or potentially just Arven. Right? We Arven, we get Buddy Poff and Evo TM, theoretically get another Natu or Xatu online, and we get a Manaphy out to protect our bench. But at the same time, I could just get into boss. We start taking down their Horsies. Right? Like I don't really need to hang on to too much with this hand. Let's just do that. Like if they have to manually evolve up, we're in a good spot. Go Crispin, grab this, grab this. Has to be different types, yeah. Okay, so we grab these 2. What's going in my hand? The Psychic, because I can rush that out with Xatu. This is going on there. Yeah, that's fine. I need to get up to 60. And I do still have my attachment for turn, which is kind of funny. Heavy Ball? Anything? No. Prizing the Dark again? Great. Also, that was a fight in our match. I prized 2 Dark Energy and the Luminous Energy. So I was like, I need to find these. That is not a great spot to be in. Bounce that, go into the active. We're going to swing through that. We'll go Vessel, we'll get rid of that. Grab double Psychic, just knowing that I can charge 1 out to the bench next turn, and we still have the attachment here, so I'm up to 90. Next turn, I can get up to 120. We should be fine to deal with a Seadra or theoretically Kingdra if they get one online. And it's pretty early into the game, so like they'd have to hit high counts to get into scary numbers. But they could be holding Arita, right? So it's Arita, Rare Candy, Kingdra, declare bonk. And I feel like they declare bonk on one of our bench guys, right? You don't go for the active. If you go for the Pheasantipity, you're effectively doing a double coin flip. You're flipping the, hey, am I hitting 2 energy off the top of my deck? And then you're also flipping to see if you can hit Pheasantipity. Whereas if you go for the bench, you only need to hit 1 energy off the top of your deck to take out that Tatsugiri, because they did do 10 damage with the Basculins. Like, respect that. That's probably the logic of hitting me for 10 there. Vice, in one of the control matchups you had tonight, you prized part of your Gengar line. Yeah, no, we popped into your games. I saw you had like, I prized Ghastly written on the screen. I was like, oh no, he's having a bad time. Because when I finished my games, I was like, oh, like, is anyone on the Discord? I was like, ooh, Vice is on. We'll just do commentary on Vice's game. Nah, like, honestly, that hurt. Pairing that Ursaluna is such a pain. I played it last week. Like, I didn't personally play it. I played against it. And it's kind of cooked. It is kind of cooked. Like, if they get that online and they get the loop going, it's like, well, they gussed out my guy. Okay. They loop the thing. Okay. I'm like, well, how do I get through this? Okay, so they do hit 2 energy. Are they targeting the Fez? They're targeting the Fez. They hit heads. They do nothing. Nice. Nice. Okay. So now we have a decision to make. I hit this for 120 or I boss kill that. I'm kind of leaning towards the boss play, I'll be honest. We'll go Mezagoza first, see if we can get into another Pheasantipity before like committing anything. Nice. Okay. Let's grab a Fez. I'm thinking, yeah, we just start charging up the back one. Oh, that's you. Because I checked this on here, so if he tries to snipe that one, it's also, hey, you gotta flip a coin. Guaranteed knockout or start setting up knockout. I do have Devo TM, so it's like I could set up the knockout, Devo him. But the same logic would go that I can just do that next turn too. Let's take this out. Go for it. Right, because theoretically next turn too, I can just get 2 psychic energy, rush them onto this, attach for turn. He's charged up, hard retreat, go into this 150. That's if they don't target something off my bench. If they get tunnel vision and keep going for my Pheasantipities, I think I'm fine here. Ursa is fine for you if you have Gengar online, but you guess Ursa can also just KO it. Yeah, the Ursa can do some pretty crazy stuff. It's pretty crazy. But you got ways to get your Gengar back. Like when I took out the Gengar and then you're just like, Lano, I got the whole line back. I'm like, I need to target that. You know what they say, ain't afraid of no ghost? No, I'm kind of afraid of that ghost. All right, so they're hitting 4 water energy. That's what, 240? And they're taking out my Xatu? Yeah, such a fair play. Honestly, such a fair play. I need Manaphy. Okay, the Power Glass, that's pretty big. Chuck that on Cha. See if we can get into a Xatu, but I'm leaning towards we just research this. Right, like losing the Devo, it's nice, but at the same time, I think I just have to double tap this. We're gonna lose it anyways, so I might as well grab this. Research. Power Glass, I get 1 more. I can do 150 the following turn. Bump that so he can't get Pokemon. Seems good to me. Bench another one, so if he targets it down, I've got a backup. Just in case they have like Crushing Hammer or something. It's open deck list. I could have checked, but yeah. It's literally, this one says do 30 more, this one says do 30 more. But this one says if they get rid of my Luminous energy, I still am potentially invincible. And now they don't have any way to remove my energy, so we'd be fine, but we play it safe. finding Tulip is nice, so I can get my Zatu back. I can get energy back, which effectively becomes recover, boost my damage, and draw power. Good card for this deck. Very good card. I used to think Lana is really good in this format. It's a slow supporter, but everything only gives up one prize, so games are slow anyways. Yeah. It's definitely a format where you can kind of think out your plays a little bit more. There is some very aggressive decks, like spread decks in this format. If your opponent doesn't have Manaphy, you can run away with it. So Frostlass, Braviary, Hisuian Arcanine was like one of those decks where it's like, this is potentially a problem. It's like you could do some pretty dirty combos. But yeah, it seems like at least this week people have kind of just decided not to run Frostlass, and I'm fine with that. Do we, Tulip, get that back? Like, we know we're taking this out, so it's just one of those things of, do I think that they have a way to get another Kingdra? And I'm going to go with no. Let's grab all these. I like having this too, because I can't... Oh, thank God we found Manaphy. I can sack an energy to get it back with Power Class if I want. But like at the same time, I think we just attach. Right, everything else has one retreat. I can attach a rescue board to it if in a pinch. We'll chuck that on there and then deal with this. Right, and I guess the other logical thing would have been like, technically Moonlit Hill is a way to heal this 10 off the Tatsu, but if they're ever targeting Tatsu off a Kingdra's attack, like they're going to be seeing 2 energy off of it. This like the 10 at this point is splitting hairs, I feel like. Sebasam Pheasant Dippity looks good in Guardy decks too. Yeah, like you could run Fez with Guardy, 100%. I feel like Guardy has kind of just better attacking options, but it is one of those things of like forcing your opponent to have to flip a coin to see if they even get damage, and being able to boost its health with like Luxury Cape to hit pretty crazy numbers. It's not a bad show. Definitely worth testing. I don't play a lot of Guardy though, so like probably not the best to comment on it. Taylor, wait, this isn't Pokemon Pocket. What's going? I'm based in Australia, not New Zealand, and also Pokemon Pocket is like, I don't know. I'm not super keen on it. It looks okay. Like it doesn't look bad. Don't get me wrong, but like I'm not rushing out the door to try it. Do we just go into Tatsu to try and dig for boss? We've already used 20 cards in the deck. Probably not. We Iono them into 5. Also not a great shout. And like 1 more energy on that, it can take a KO. So yeah, I think we just hit the active. They go into that. We hit the active again. The amount of heads we've flipped this matchup, I feel like a bully, but at the same time, it's kind of what the deck wants to do. So it's good to see it doing it. Squall, pick your deck for the day. Gardevoir, Terrapagos, or Crawdadly. What? What's Crawdadly? Have you found like a somewhat consistent way to play Crawdadly? If you found a kind of consistent way, then yeah, Crawdadly. If you're trying to like win on ladder, I'd say probably Guardy. Guardy would be consistent. Pagos is fun. Well, what Pagos build are you running? Are you running tanky or are you running it with Dusknoir? If you're running like the Dusknoir Checkmate one, yeah, play that. It looks pretty silly. If you're running the tanky build, it's a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I feel like you'd be better off getting reps into something like Guardy. Charge this up. We go bonk. We go bonk. Yeah. Like, what do I even need here? Theoretically, grab a monkey. Sure. Backup attacker. That's doing 150. This is technically kind of online. Check that on there. So unnecessary. We'll just do this. Just play it out. Go bonk and then go bonk. Custom niches, trying a new non-meta deck and having a lot of fun. The new Joltik is so much fun for energy ramp on Iron Hands and Thorns. Ooh, it's kind of spicy. Have you seen the new Magneton that's coming out in Surging Sparks? I feel like that'd be up your alley. Squall, you do Cruddly. It's a tournament online and you're just in it for fun. Dusknoir Pegos. Oh, nice. Yeah, Dusknoir Pegos is kind of cracked. If you found like a semi-consistent Cruddly, then I'd say give that a go. Yeah, why not? What tournament are you playing? You playing in like Doom or something else? Doom be tomorrow, yeah? All right, going for the attack with Horsey, and we hit another heads. Are you kidding? Oh, like I just feel bad here. We bonk. I'm sorry, Nikki. The bird was the word tonight. The bird was the word. At least I hit some head. Man, I hit way too many. Like into Vice, I wasn't getting them, but at least I was able to tank hits from him. And this one, it was just like, yeah, no, I need to hit these, and we were hitting them all. So that was pretty cool. And it looks like me and Raspberry in the finals. All right. I think Raspberry gets it. He bodied me last time we paired. Wait, I put it as a win, didn't I? Yeah. So many heads. that like borderline unfair. I'm sorry about that, Nikki. Like anytime I flip a coin, it's like, no, I'm just putting it down. It just says heads. Remind you never to flip coins with triple. Yeah. And I think, did I even win the one at the beginning? Like pick who went first? Raspberry, it's finals. It is finals. GL, have fun. Wait, it's finals. All right, we hop into the game. It's too funny. All right, Raspberry in game is what? Camille, I think. Yeah, Camille. It should be good. It's the luck of the streamer. We have our moments. We have our moments. We also get like the extreme anti-luck sometimes though, where it's just like, oh, Murphy's Law, here you go. What will you do if everything in the world is against you? It's like, let's find out. When is cyclone season? What? Y'all is cyclone season. Just had a hurricane pass through. I hope never? Where are you that you're getting cyclones? I'm in South Australia. I don't think we get them. We've had a few earthquakes, but luckily like, I didn't even notice them. Like I think the first month we were here, actually, there was an earthquake. But all it was is it like knocked over a lawn chair in our backyard in the middle of the night, and we were just kind of like, oh, what is that? Possum? Raspberry invite again? Okay. There you go. Yeah, I don't think we get them either. I think Western Australia might. SA, we're pretty spoiled in like not getting lots of natural disasters. At least not that I'm aware of. Outside of, yeah, the earthquake. There's some snakes and stuff though, so that's just nature being disastrous. But yeah, not natural disasters. Just everything else. Yeah. Yeah. No, the planet's on our side. It's just, you know, the creatures. The creatures will get you. Speaking of creatures, Lifelong corn. See, that creature, that's a robot right there. That's why his message in chat is gone, but it still comes through on the screen. Silly robot. Like all the animals? Yeah. All right, we got Buddy Buddy. We get another Natu. It's probably just double Natu, right? If this gets knocked out, we've at least got a backup. Pass? Yeah, I think it's just pass after that, to be honest. Like, I don't really want to Earthen Vessel away any of this stuff. Devo TM could be relevant. Next turn, it's Arvin Evo. Get double Zatu online. Probably Nest Ball. I'm not sure how to play this matchup. I feel like we need to take down the Archalodon because, yeah, being able to confuse them helps a lot. And the fact that Archalodon can just go, yeah, I'm confused, but I'm just going to switch out of it. I'm just like, yep, that's fair. It's kind of like what Vice did with the Gengar. No supporter? So either they're holding really good stuff. Ooh, hello. What do I want off this then? Like, I'm kind of leaning towards the Nest Ball. Nest Ball to get a Fez, just so I can start doing some stuff and some things. And then the tool probably is just a rescue board. Right, like the Power Glass, I don't even have energy out to really do anything yet. The Earthen Vessel, it probably is just bump this now, which doesn't feel great, but unless I do go into that. But like that feels like such a waste. I could get rid of the rescue board, I guess, but nah, we grab these. Do that. Go Nest Ball. Get that. Theoretically, even the monkey would have been all right here, I guess, just because it can get the confusion off. And like the fact that they don't have the Archalodon, it might be more relevant. But I've picked my direction and we are sticking to it. Always so silly how one uncommon supporter is 15 cents and other cards like Arvin, where every deck needs $4 or $2. That's why they're $2, right? Because it's supply and demand. So everyone's looking for that card. There's less of them available, the price goes up. So it is like a bit unfortunate, but it's just the way of the world. Another Lupinius? Okay. Seems fun. I think we hold off on the Tulip, though. Tulip does say draw 2 more cards, though. Draw 2 more cards and get up to 90. Just kind of relevant here. Might just be attached this, because we can get it back with... Why am I drawing a blank? We can get it back with Power Glass. Yeah, we get these. That one's been used. That one hasn't. Yeah, for right now, we'll do that. Genuinely considering throwing this down too. Just so we do have another one to go into if one of them gets knocked out. And just if something like, if I have to bounce out for some reason, just check that active. They don't run that though. I'm thinking of Vice's matchup where we had the Map Boastive. It's getting late. Custom, the margins would be slim, but you load it up on 2 because you need them yourselves, and Lady Niches was about 9 tails. Ah, nice. 9 tails EX deck is on sale for $10 often. Hang on. What are you saying? Nine tails on for $10 and has 3 in it. 3 earthen vessels, really? Oh, well, that's value. It's a good way to get your playset. Okay, so they've got Ultra Ball. I'm guessing it's Ultra Ball for Matang, getting attacker charged up. Or are they just going for the Cooper Raja here? Yeah, they go for the Matang. Totally fair. Oh, they have the Cooper Raja already. Concerning. Like the Arch Aladon, the fact that Arch Aladon gives the Cooper Raja free retreat so it can get around the downside of the attack, like just pivot into a new attack or switch back into it. Not bad. Only finding 1 energy off that though. All right. Evo TM. Okay, so it'll be Evo into Arch Aladon and Reveroom, I'm guessing. No hand after this though. Risky. So it's basically find a steel energy to Reveroom into a full hand again. Sebasam, why not keep the Tulip for the Fez and use energy retrieval for the psychic energy? Oversights, that's why. It's getting late. I've been streaming for about 4 hours and have worked a full-time job for the week. We make misplays, that's why. All right. Let's see. I check this on there. I get up to 120. Yeah. No, honestly, that would have been a good call. Okay, we are finding a Tatsu. We've got a rescue board in hand. So next turn, it'll be bench Tatsu, get a rescue board on it. If something gets knocked out, we've got an easy pivot. Obviously, our bench space is getting a bit limited, but yeah, like we don't really have any options at the moment. We're not finding draw supporters, and I do need to get into a backup attacker. Benching this extra Natsu? Yeah, it's probably dumb. Didn't really need to do that. Heads? Nice. All right, I am currently hitting 120. I need, what, 2 more energy onto this to get there? Which means, yeah, we do have to go... We need this online. I think we just overcommit. Right? Like, bench this, switch into this. Oh, I guess now we don't need the Tatsu, right? I've got research. We save the bench space. Sure. This is going to get thrown away anyway, so I may as well attach it here. This is doing effectively nothing. This we can check on there. Sorry, Tatsu. You're a real cool guy. I like you, and I'm sure you're good at sports, but at the moment, I need bench space. I want another Fez, and I wouldn't mind a Monkey Dory. This guy, see? Monkey Dory. He's great. We're at, what, 4-6? That gets us to 180. Nothing I need to be aware of. I think we're good to just kind of run through them now. Might play it safe, chuck an extra one on there just for funsies. Nice. Just in case they get their stadium out and take like 30 less. Right, because then this would be out of range. But we take that out, they lose their free retreat. I think we should be good to start snowballing. The fact that they do have the basket line in there, though, like that could come out of nowhere. 1 more energy in the bin. They can get up to 120 and deal with this. It's a free attacker while they're trying to establish other things. But if they don't have a way to deal with this, it's going to get really hard for them to catch back up. Like, even if they knock this out somehow this turn, right? Because it could be like bench Zamazenta, if they top deck an energy, sack their hand, get into that, like a fresh hand, get a Zamazenta online with Matang, switch into it, attack, we'd be in a bad way. I really want to target that. Right? It's their draw engine and it gives me 2 prizes. And yeah, I think we just start charging this up. Just have a backup one being established. All right, their draw engine's gone. They pretty much need to top deck like a research, get into Zamazenta to somehow get back into this match, but top deck a research or top deck like a Iono. Custom niches from left field, but do you get tornadoes or cyclones? No. Yeah, I'm based in South Australia. We don't really get no crazy wind stuff for us. No crazy wind stuff. Sebasam, you have the weakness? Yeah, like I'm still weak. So technically Matang could knock us out if they can land an attack. They have to flip a coin still. They do 60, doubles to 120. Relevant weakness. Irrelevant when we do that, though. The coin is too strong. Oh, man. Like, I'm worried I'm going to deck myself out. I've got Iono, so, like, we won't actually, but... check that on there just in case we need it. And bonk. Yeah, I think this is just checkmate. That coin. It's so strong. Like, actually, what is going on right now? Why is Fez just like, nah. Nah. Got protagonist armor. The full metal lab, okay. Can they hit 3 energy? Like, they could knock me out here. That's the thing, right? Like, they have the ability to take me out. They've got an energy in hand, and then I flip tails? Nah. Right. Is what it is. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed the tournament tonight. Apologies for having an absolutely cracked coin, because that's the coin of the streamer. Yeah. So it's like the luck of the Irish. Yeah, you know, it just comes out. We will be looking over the top 8, though. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break, though, guys. So we'll be back in about 5. Good game, Raspberry. Good game. But yeah, we'll be reviewing the top 8 decks from tonight's tournament, kind of breaking them down, seeing if there's any tweaks that could be made. But honestly, like, all the lists felt really solid. We saw some pretty diverse gameplay. We had what? Bouffalant Tornadus, Metal Box, like an actual tanky Metal Box, Pheasantipity nonsense. There's some Ursaluna Control running around, Kingdra. Honestly, I love it. I love seeing the creativity you guys come with every week. Just the varied deck lists, and honestly, just the wholesome nature of it. Like, no one's taking it too seriously. No one's getting sweaty. And yeah, I think the format's kind of developing in a nice direction. So for everyone that has kind of hung around for the stream tonight and wants to get involved, next week's tournament will be posted roughly half an hour after I finish stream. So just kind of keep an eye on it on the mail list. Or you know what? Let's just get it posted right now. Let's do that, and then I'll take a bathroom break. So if you guys want to get signed up for next week's, we can just do that. We'll just get that out of the way now. So I'll let you guys see what I get to see. Oh, I guess we can also close out the tournament. Let's do that too. Admin, dashboard, finalized bracket. Okay. And tournament. Okay. Prizing will be sent out after stream because I don't want to do the codes while you guys are here. It's just weird. All right. But yeah, that's all done. So we will go into tournaments. The North American one is posted, though, if you guys want to get signed up for that. So that's going to be next Saturday. Well, next Saturday for me. And let's call it number 13. Too easy. Edit the tournament. Make sure we got all the rules in there. Single prizes only. Cards with the rule box aren't allowed. Save. That saved? Yeah. Good. Next Friday. And we start at 8. That's all in here. Yep. Is there anything else I need to do? I think that's it. Cool. Open registration, open submission. Do that and schedule the event. So check-in will open automatically an hour before the tournament goes live. Too easy. Well, if you guys do want to sign up for next week's tournament.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Chief, how you going, buddy? Yeah, if you guys want to get signed up for next week's tournament, there you go. That will be next Friday for Australia. And yeah, the North American one, you can just check out the tournament organizer thing here. It has all that for you. I'll even post a link for that there. Also, !3B can send you the information and a link to the tournament. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, though, guys. Just got to pop in the bathroom. Raspberry's making me hydrate, apparently. Bruiser, welcome to the Goomba game. All right, Raspberry. How many did you do? You did a couple, yeah? All right. I'll drink half this boot, okay? Well, I'll drink to like here. Deal? Gets to the toe, you get that little air bubble. It's risky. All right, but yeah, we'll be back in 5, guys, and we'll go over the top 8. Hey guys, we're back. So we're going to be looking over the top 8 decks from the tournament. Just kind of getting that all set up in the background now for you guys, so you don't have to see me jumping between a bunch of screens, and a little bit nicer viewing experience for you. So bear with me a minute while we get that all good to go. But yeah, I hope you guys all enjoyed the tournament. And is anyone cooking up some new decks for next week? Get some inspiration from the games you saw tonight, or just some of the new cards that are coming out? Obviously with Stellar Crown, we do have some different supporters and trainer cards that have come into the format and can definitely make an impact on the games. Like we saw Crispin getting played quite a bit, to be honest. Right. I feel like there's a way I was able to open it in the decks list builder, though. Maybe not. No, it's just his images. Okay. Okay. We'll roll with it. Just want to make sure everything comes through nicely for you guys, though. Not that one. You saw nothing. Nothing. Get rid of that. Hang on, it might just be easier just going to this one. So if we do this, yeah, that comes through fine. He's kind of lazy, though. All right. Nah, bear with me. We'll get this tidied up nice. Because, yeah, we're going to be bringing it back to doing the weekly YouTube videos, kind of breaking it down. So I want to make sure it's like in a nice presentable format for you guys. So, let's see. In 8th, we had SGVK. Or you guys want to see what I'm doing in the background? I guess I can show you what I'm doing in the background. If it gets a bit jarring, though, just let me know. I feel like that's going to be too much. That's too much movement for you guys, eh? We'll stick to this. I'm just going to be like opening a bunch of tabs, pasting in all the lists, and then we can kind of bounce through them all in one go. Yeah, sorry, Nikki. I'm just being realistic. It's just one of those things. I'm like, I know I probably wouldn't want to watch that. I'll save you guys the motion sickness. Right. We got Vice got 7th though. Like honestly, that was so cool having Vice pop by. Is there anyone here still that came by from Vice's stream? I appreciate you guys. Absolutely lovely guy. Very wholesome Australian-based streamer as well. And Dudsta getting 6th. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Rocking the Dragapult again. Okay. I think it's mostly to a point where you guys can hang around for it. It won't be too busy. Assist? You're gonna assist me? Thanks, Chief. All right, Milky getting 5th. Nice. How you going with Elden Ring, Chief? I saw you commenting that you're playing that. Never been a fan of those games. They always, I'm just not good enough at them. I'll be completely honest. I tried playing another Crab's Treasure. It's kind of like looked like an Elden Ring type game. And Nikki getting 4th. Solid run tonight, Nikki. Jam Jar in 3rd. Love to see it. Love to see it. And then, yeah, me and Raspberry duking it out in the finals. I'm glad we got to send it back. Because, yeah, we played earlier in the tournament. Whooped me. And then, yeah, I paired in the finals and got to get a bit of a revenge run there. All right. And then, yeah, the other thing I need to do is just click through these quickly, just so everything loads in nicely. Just because, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, but the cards don't seem to just be necessarily loaded. Like, now I can click and they're there. Like, you might have noticed, because they're not there, yeah, they kind of like stutter for a second. I just find that if we do this, it runs a little bit smoother. So then as we're talking about the decks, I can actually just, yeah, like click around. You guys can see them all big like that. Is it a nice visual? Jesus, there's a lot of pieces in this. I hate this deck, but respect it. Don't get me wrong, it's good. Like, I hate it because it's good. And like, it's one of those ones that like you need to know how to play the matchup properly and resource manage properly, or you're going to get punished. And at the same time, it's like they also need to know what they're doing, or they can't necessarily get the loop off properly, and they're going to have a bad time. As if someone cracked the code on the Slow King, though. That's sick. I heard someone was playing Slow Bro. I didn't realize they were using it with Slow King. So is that Milky? Is that what you cooked up tonight? Absolutely cooked. This one, I kind of need to look into the cards. Like all the other decks, I have an idea of what they're trying to do. This one, we did pair, but I didn't really get to see them get set up necessarily. So they've got the Talonflame. It does 50 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. So effectively, it just like snipes things. It softens things up. And the second attack, 80 base damage. If your opponent's active Pokemon already has damage counters on it, 80 more. So 160. Okay, so it's like first attack set up into the active, second attack delete the active. Charizard doubling your energies in play. I guess it's just to charge itself up, right? Rapidash boost up damage. Is it only to the active? Okay, so you could use Rapidash. Talonflame can do 80 to the active or more. Like, interesting concept. This, though, I like it. So the Galvantula, Compound Eyes, 50 more damage to the active Pokemon if they have an ability, 50 base, and then 80 more if they have Lightning. So 130 plus 50 gets up to 180. A little bit spicy. And to charge it up, I think he is running Crispin, yeah? Yeah. So like Crispin, Lightning, Grass, 2 Dark. Dark gives you access to be able to attack with Gengar. It gives you access to be technically able to attack with Mambo Stiff, but you kind of have to overcommit for it. Joltik just to help charge up attackers. So it's like you can use it as an attacker. You can use it as an energy engine to get your Tornadus and your Bouffalants. I like it. And then Ditto just having access to their attacks as well. Dragapult, we kind of know what he wants to do, right? You get Dreepies in play, shoot missiles at their bench. Esprothro, when you evolve up into it, you're invincible. I like it. And then as long as Tulip's in your discard pile, it gets up to 140. Fluttermane just as a way to shut down things in the active, like Okie Dokie. It's pretty feisty. Raspberry, you think Archaludon breaks open Melted Blocks? It's definitely a good inclusion for it. What is up with this, though? Okay, so this is Milky's, right? Slowking, Psychic and a Colorless. ditch the top card of your deck, and if that card is a Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box, choose one of its attacks, and you can use it as this attack. So you can get into Kyurem, you can get into Conkeldurr. This Pokemon is affected by a special condition. Ignore all energy of this attack cost, but like you're just paying the 2, ditching that, doing 250. Okay, like that seems legit. Got this to Devo them, hit 100, and then yeah, Devo. And then a critical bite does 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. If it's knocked out, take 2 more prizes. Okay, so like setup knockouts. Kind of spicy. And then Annihilate does 70 damage for each prize card your opponent's taken. So like late game attacking option. To set it up, you've got Academy at Night. Is there a way to recycle this or no? No Roseanne's? Okay. So you're kind of doing like Hail Mary plays or that. Kingdra, we know what Kingdra does. Oh, I don't even know what to say about this deck. I'm gonna skim it a bit. I'll be honest. Like they do some crazy loop shenanigans. Yeah, we're just doing a quick skim of the lists, and then we'll be going through for the full top 8 review, just so I have an understanding about what we're talking about, and make it into a YouTube video. So be nice in chat, guys. Nikki Nintendo, when you upload the deck, you get to put in your custom name. You do. Do you guys have names for them? Is anyone naming them? Because this is where it gets tricky, is I don't think I actually get visibility on it, so that does make it a bit funny. Deck list. Yeah, like it keeps the name for in the matches, but it doesn't necessarily keep them after. Or at least not that I'm aware of. Or hang on. I do have visibility, don't I? Okay, there we go. Deck name. Cool. Cool. Okay, so Milky's is Inspirational Challenge. And then we had... Who else got in there? Jamdar, Bearlock. Okay. What'd they get? 3rd. First, yeah, I didn't bother making it. 6, Dudsta, Dreepy has... Yeah, we're not using that one. Raspberry in 2nd with Metal Box. Vice with Stellar Tank. And Charponi? Ghost Gang's Charponi. Okay. Fair enough. All right. And then Nikki is Pokesplash. I like that. That's a fun name. That is a fun name. What did I play tonight? I played Burbs, right? Burb is a word. Burb's a word. Burb Brain? Burb Brain. Yeah, that's good. Raspberry, your name's too boring. Because you didn't have a good name. What? What do you want to call it? Make yours Elephant in the Room? Okay. I like that. That's pretty fun. That is pretty fun. Okay, so what is main attacker of that? I guess is Zard. Main attacker of this, Tornadus. Main attacker of this. That's a big fan of this Prospera. I guess we probably put that one first. But Polt's kind of like the draw engine, so I'd still say Polt's probably the face of the deck. This one's Slow King. This one, Kingdra. This is a bear. Raspberry, who is your main guy? Kuparaja? Mine should be called something with a coin. Toss a coin to your Fez. Nah, there's got to be a better one to that. Because, like, toss a coin to your Witcher. That's kind of what I was trying to get at there. I don't know. I think Burp Brain. It's Burp Brain. Yours is elephant in the room. Look, elephant in the room. It's tricky to fit it all on one thing. I guess I could put that first. Elephant in the room, raspberry. Jam jar, bear block. Yeah, we can swap around how everything's laid out. All right. I think we're good to go. We are good to go, guys. We do this. We make it big. Dudsta, no. No, Dudsta, no. Add Dudsta. Bad Dudsta. I could call it Dreepy has hit the second Dura. That's as far as I'll go. It doesn't show the full name, so you can call it what you want. You're walking a very fine line there. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. No. I'm not doing that, man. Let's see. Redacted. I'll at least, yeah. I'll give you a little nod that I said no. All right, we got that. Yeah, we got here. Yeah. Why is it going like that? I want it to fade in. Transition should be fade. Yeah. Why is it going like that? Some shenanigans here. So how come that one's doing it? That should also be fade then. Well, now that one's gone. We wait? Okay, now the fade's there. Okay. I'm just moving too quickly, I guess. Yeah, just bear with me a moment, guys. I haven't recorded one of these live in a bit. So I just want to make sure everything's set up nicely. We wait a couple seconds. There we go. So yeah, just a heads up, guys. This is content that's going to be used for YouTube. So please be mindful of that. Be respectful in the comments. More than welcome to still comment. Like it'll all be shown in the video, but it's just, yeah, one of those things. Just keep in mind. This is going to be going in a video. So if you're kind of on the fence of like, oh, should I say this on the internet in front of a bunch of people? Yeah, maybe don't. If you're not sure if you should be saying it, maybe play it safe. All right. But yeah, I think we should be ready to get into it. It's just tricky with it on the two screens. How did I do this before? Yeah, so I went like this. Oh, this is going to be tricky. We'll figure it out. I've done it before. We can do it again. All right. Hey guys, Triple B here. We've just concluded week 12 of the Budget Build Battle Tournament over on Limitless. If you're keen to try it out, it's a single prize format focused on, well, single prize Pokemon. So no EXs, no V. Now we'll try that again. That's a bad intro. Hey guys, Triple B here. We're back with the results from the top 8 of the Budget Build Battles Tournament week 12. Yeah, you can tell it's been a bit since I've recorded one of these. All right, third time's a charm. We're just rolling with it, whatever happens. All right, 3, 2, 1. Hey guys, Triple B here. We're back with your results for the top 8 of week 12 of the Budget Build Battle Tournament over on Limitless. It's a tournament hosted for Friday nights in Australian Central Time. So if you're based in the Oceania region and keen for some single prize shenanigans, this tournament might be for you. There's no rule boxes allowed. So EX, Vs, Radiants, and A specs, none of that nonsense, and there is a limitation to your deck building, as you can only play 2 copies of card with the same name, so special energies, trainer cards, and Pokemon. Slight exception though with basics, so if it evolves into a stage 1 that's in your deck, you can be running 1 extra copy of the pre-evolution just to help with consistency, and if it evolves up into a stage 2, well, you can have 2 extra copies, so you can get into it, and big basics aren't just dominating the format. That's pretty much it though, so let's kick into it, and I'll run you through the top 8 decks from this week's tournament. So in 8th place, we are seeing an interesting list using Charizard with Rapidash and Talonflame. So Charizard from Pokemon Go has the ability Burn Brightly. Each basic fire energy attached to your Pokemon is going to count as 2 fire energy, just kind of boosting your output, meaning, well, you chuck 2 energy and Charizard can start attacking. You do have Magma Basin in here. Oh, actually, you don't have Magma Basin in here. That's a different concept. Okay. But yeah, chuck 2 energy on Charizard. He can be doing 170. Rapidash 1 energy. As long as Zard's in play, he can be doing 60. And with its ability Heat Boost, allowing you to discard a fire energy and boosting your damage output by 30, can be a decent attacker to go into. As well as having Talonflame in here, being able to use Quick Dive, hitting 50. You can put it on the active, or you can snipe something on the bench. You could also boost this damage with Rapidash to do 80 to the active. The second attack, also just costing 1 fire energy, Merciless Strike, does a base of 80, but 80 more if your opponent's active's already damaged. Definitely an interesting deck concept here. It seems kind of straightforward into just, hey, I want to play some fire types, and this is what they decided to go for. I feel like you'd likely want to slot some Magma Basins in here just to help with getting energy out for Charizard to attack, and potentially look into some different attackers to slot in, something like maybe Entei that scales up its damage based on the amount of fire energy in play, because Charizard doubles that, you can get going, or potentially Torkoal that flips coins based on the amount of energy on here. But I think this was the first time rocking up to the tournament, so honestly, solid run, and making it to the top 8, congrats on that, bud. The rest of the cards in here, though, it's pretty standard stuff for the format. In 7th place, we are seeing Vice. So if you're familiar with Vice games over on Twitch, well, he came out for tonight's tournament and made it in 7th place, running a Tornadus deck. So Tornadus having 2 attacks, Knuckle Punch, 2 energy, 50 damage. The second one, though, is kind of the mainstay of it, Storm Barrier. It does 100 base damage, then during your opponent's next turn, it's going to take 50 less damage from attacks. Being a basic colorless Pokemon means you can combine this with Bouffalant, whose Curly Wall ability makes it so if you have 2 Bouffalant in play, your basic colorless Pokemon takes 60 less damage from attack. So Tornadus, you get an attack off, you're taking 110 less. Not a bad attacker either, doing 130 for 3 energy, but it can't attack on the following turn. Slight limitation with that, but if you had a great way to pivot it out of the active, something like Gengar, well, you just have an instant way around that. Once during your turn, you can just switch one of your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. Well, one of your bench Pokemon with your active Pokemon. And they have a great choice to go into. You either have Tatsugiri, bouncing this in the active to use attract customers, getting yourself into a supporter, having Rescue Board on there for free retreat to pivot back into your Bouffalant, be able to attack again, or into something else just for a solid attacker, or potentially even going into Mabostiff, who once during your turn, you can switch out one of your opponent's active Pokemon to the bench. So you could theoretically throw this in the active, mess around with their bench, switch out. Not sure why I'm saying that. It doesn't even need to be in the active when you do this. So you can just do that. Yeah, go into Tatsugiri. That's what you want to go into. You want to go into Tatsugiri. The other attacking option in the deck, though, you do have Ditto, who can copy Tornadus and Bouffalin's attacks as long as they're in the discard pile. Do still need the energy on there, though. And we did cover these very briefly. 3 energy for the attack cost, a little bit awkward, but having cards like Crispin in here that lets you search your deck for 2 basic energy of different types, attach one to one of your Pokemon, put the other in your hand, then just manually attach that. That's a great way to accelerate out 2 energy in a turn. Still 2 turns to get these charged up, a little bit awkward. So you also have Joltik, whose Jolting Charge ability, well, not ability, attack, lets you search your deck for 2 basic grass energy and up to 2 basic lightning energy, accelerating out 4 in one turn. So you could throw 3 on a Tornadus, 1 on a Bouffalant, or potentially 2 onto 2 different Tornadus. So if your opponent has to choose something to gust, it's like, well, if you target either of these, it's just attach one onto the other, and it's ready to go next turn. Joltik isn't just a great way to accelerate energy out, though, as it evolves into Galvantula, whose Compound Eyes ability makes it do 50 more damage into your opponent's active Pokemon that have abilities. Its Shocking Web attack isn't one to be glanced over either. We go Delameo. Wow, I probably read that wrong, but welcome to the Goomba Gang, bud. And yeah, for those of you watching this on YouTube, we are recording it live on Twitch. So if you want to catch me live, you can do these breakdowns with me over on there. There'll be a link in the description down below. The attack on here, though, Shocking Web, doing 50, then 80 more if you have a lightning energy on here. So getting up to 130, and with the ability, getting you up to 180. Pretty solid number to hit in the format. You'll be taking down things like Torterra, which is a pretty, well, sort of terrifying card in the format. So yeah, that's good. Doesn't have an ability though, so ignore that actually. It's a little bit late and I'm missing a few of the gears running in there, but still a great option to be able to go into. You can be charging this up with Crispin, getting you your grass and lightning energy on there in one turn, or charge itself up with the Joltik before evolving up. Honestly, all up, this deck seems pretty solid. Also having the Raichu in here as another attacking option, 2 lightning and a colorless, 180. Does 50 damage to itself. A little bit of a drawback to it, but not too bad. And the ability on here, electrical grounding, makes it so one of your Pokemon's knocked out. You get to move a lightning energy from that onto this. So it's like you've got lightning energy on your Galvantulas, lightning energy on your Tornadus and your Bouffalants. As they're getting taken down, Raichu's just being charged up as a backup attacker to be able to go into. So honestly, yeah, the list comes together really solid. And Vice, thanks very much for coming by the tournament, man. I hope you enjoyed it. And it was really fun being able to pair you in the top 8. And maybe I'll catch you next week. So supporter cards in here, though, we're seeing some pretty standard stuff for the most part. Arven, Iono, Lana, Research, all standard staples for this. One we haven't seen play too much yet, though, is Lacey. You get to shuffle your hand into your deck. Then you're going to draw 4 cards, but if your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards remaining, you're going to draw 8 instead. Personally, I'm a big fan of Roxanne. Since I get to draw 6, my opponent goes down to 2, but Lacey just being like, okay, Roxanne says 8 cards all up. I get 6, my opponent gets 2, but I'd just like 8 instead. Lacey's a great option for that, and honestly, post-rotation seems like a great substitute for Roxanne. Either or, you're not really in a bad position. Lacey, though, unlike Roxanne, isn't a dead card for the first half of the game. You're still getting into 4 cards, whereas Roxanne, you can't play it at all. So honestly, love the logic here, Vice, and yeah, solid run in tonight's tournament. In 6th place, we are seeing Dudsta. He is running a Dragapult Espathra list, which we've previously seen him make top 8 with, so I'll quickly skim through this one. Dragapult has the Dragon Launcher attack. You're going to discard any number of benched Dreepy in play from your bench. Said that twice, but yeah. It's going to look at your bench Dreepy. You can pick as many of them as you'd like, and then you're going to do 100 damage to your opponent's Pokemon for each one. So it's just like ping that, ping that, ping that, potentially taking out 3 things off their board. Having a pre-evolution Dragapult or Dracloak that has Recon Directive, you get to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one into your hand, put the other on your bottom of your deck. Makes it a great consistency card, adding draw power in here and making sure you can get into your Dragapults quickly. Second attack on here though too, so if your opponent is playing Manaphy and it's like, well, I can't really spear things off their bench, and doing 100 to their active isn't enough to take a KO, well, you could use Spooky Shot and just hit it for 120 instead. The other attacking option in here is Espathra, whose ability Stance makes it so when you evolve up into this Pokemon, you get to prevent all damage and effects of attacks done to this Pokemon on your opponent's next turn. So it's not like they could Devo TM you, put damage counters on you, or even just hit you in the active. You have a turn of just like, nah, can't do anything to me. It's pretty solid. The attack on here also being a great threat. Glittering Eyes does 70 base damage, but if Tulip's in your discard pile, 70 more. So effectively 140 all up, as long as you can get that into your bin, which shouldn't be too hard, and it's a really good supporter for this deck, since Tulip lets you Just get any combination of 4 basic psychic Pokemon or basic energy, psychic energy that is, from your discard pile and pop them immediately into your hand. So it's a great way to be able to reuse your Dreepies and also just boost up the damage output of your Espathra. So early game, you're just kind of going Dragapult, wipe their bench. Late game, you go Espathra, I'm invincible. What are you going to do? Yeah, love it. Also, having Flutter Mane as an attacking option in the deck, having Midnight Fluttering. When it's in the active spot, you get to shut down your opponent's active Pokemon's ability. Okie Dokie is one of those cards that has seen quite a bit of play in the format. When it has a Dark Energy on it, it effectively gets 230 HP, so it can be a little bit tricky for the rest of your deck to deal with, at least in the early game. Like later in the game, you go Espathra 140, double it for weakness into them, you're good, but Flutter Mane being a great option to just go, that ability's gone, I do 90, it doubles for weakness, you're gone. So good call, and also helps out in the Lost Box matchup, shutting down their Comfey in the active. And the other Pokemon in here being Cleffa, just for some early game draw power, and having Free Retreat, it makes a great pivot. In 5th place, we are seeing Milky's Inspirational Challenge deck. So Slowking came out in Stellar Crown, and yeah, he was like, I'm going to make a deck with this. And then he did, and it's kind of terrifying. So Seek Inspiration is going to discard the top card of your deck. If that card's a Pokemon and it doesn't have a rule box, which rule boxes aren't allowed in this format, so as long as it's a Pokemon, you're good to go. You get to choose one of its attacks and use it as this attack. So for attacking options in here, he gave himself Kyurem, Trifrost. You get to discard all energy from this Pokemon, but do 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. You're only going to have a Psychic and a Colorless, so you're just ditching those 2 to be able to spear 110 on 3 things. Not bad. Also, the fact that Kyurem's ability Plasma Bane makes it so if your opponent has any cards in their discard pile that say Colress, you can use this attack for 1 colorless energy, means you could theoretically just attack with Kyurem yourself. Since the new Colress card was seeing some play in decks tonight, being able to get a special energy and stadium card, so Kyurem becomes an attacking option, and if you run into any Lost Box players, you're just going to eat up their board. You can take out their Sableyes, their Cramorants, their Comfeys. It's a good card. The other attacking option in here, Conkeldurr. It's going to use Gutsy Swing for 250 damage. Normally has a pretty hefty attack cost, being at 3 colorless and a fighting, but if it's affected by a special condition, you ignore all energy of the attack cost, or if you just discard it with Slowking, you're just using it for 2 energy instead, so 250. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Another attacking option in here being Aerodactyl with Devolution Ray. It does 100 damage to the active. Then if it's hitting an evolution Pokemon, you're going to devolve it. So going into something like Torterra that's got 170 HP and might be a little bit awkward to deal with, you hit it, it goes down to a Grottle. All of a sudden it only has, I think it's exactly 100, and it's knocked out. Not bad. Or into other decks where they're rare candying up into a stage 2, you devolve them down to a 70 HP basic. Yeah, they're gone. So yeah, definitely a threat. Also sneaking in Crobat in the list, which has Critical Bite. It does 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon, so you can be targeting the bench. And if it takes a knockout with this damage, you're going to take 2 extra prize cards from it. So you could be going for a 3 prize knockout. It's a little silly, especially when we are seeing baby Pokemon seeing play in the format, like Dudsta had Cleffa. If you target his Cleffa with Crobat, it becomes a 3 prize Pokemon. It's concerning. That's definitely concerning. Annihilate also finding a slot in the list with Rage Fist. It does 70 damage for each prize card your opponent's taken, and Aegislash having Hard Bashing. It does 120 base damage, and it isn't going to be affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon, giving you a shred attack of sorts. So for example, into Vice's deck, where they had Bouffalant reducing the damage that their guy took, and Tornadus reducing the damage that they took, you just use Aegislash, go right through it. Yeah. Little concerning. Now the Slowking, the condition of the attack obviously costing 2 energy. We've got Xatu to help pay for that, and drawing cards. Puts a Psychic Energy from your hand onto one of your bench Pokemon. Draw 2. Not bad. Pays for that attack with an attachment for a turn, and we're ready to go. But the tricky bit is getting these Pokemon on top of your deck to make sure you can use the attacks. And to do that, they're running it with Academy at Night. Once during each player's turn, they can just put a card from their hand on top of their deck. So it's just, I want to use Kyurem, or I want to use Conkeldurr. Cool, just it's there. Slowking, good. I like it. Obviously, something to be mindful of. In this format, you can only run 2 copies of a card, so it would be interesting to kind of hear the logic of not running something like Roseanne's Backup, which would allow you to recycle your Stadium card back into the deck and get around that limitation of only having 2. But honestly, he made it to top 8 and got 5th place, so The list seems pretty solid. You've got a lot of cards that can help you just get multiple prizes off one attack anyways, like use Crobat, get 3, use Kyurem, potentially take 3. So maybe you only really need to use this twice in a lot of games, and you don't really need to be recycling it. But honestly, Milky, solid run, and love seeing these creative decks you come up with every week. In 4th place, we are seeing Nikki Nintendo with a Poke Splash deck. Rocking the Kingdra. So Kingdra has World Tide, reveal the top 6 cards of your deck, then it does 60 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy card that you find there. So you can be sniping the bench or you can be hitting the active. You got a lot of options. Obviously, if you're going for the bench, Manaphy and Rabsco will be protecting them, so keep that in mind. But potentially, if you see a Bibarel on their bench and it's like, hey, they have a small hand, cool, just take that out. Now they're in a really awkward position on the following turn, or if you see that they're trying to set up an evolution Pokemon and haven't quite got there yet, it's like, well, I'm going to take that out before that's a threat. So yeah, honestly fair. For the other main attacker in here though, they have Basculegion. It has Upstream Spirits, doing 20 damage for each basic energy card in your discard pile, then shuffling them back into your deck. So Kingdra's going to be kind of milling your own energy, and then Basculegion's like, neat, I can use those to have a big attack into the active, and then it sets up energy back into the deck for Kingdra to just kind of rinse and repeat. Being a water-based deck, they do run Irida. It's a great way to get into your rare candy in your Kingdra to get online immediately, as well as Candace, which looks at the top 7 cards of your deck. You can reveal any number of water, Pokemon, or energy you find there and pop them into your hand. So a great way to just kind of like search through your deck without necessarily drawing all the cards, because you do want to keep the energy cards in there. So if you use Professor's Research, which just straight draws into 7, well, you might be taking some of those energy out of your deck and into your hand. Whereas this is like, I see the Pokemon, I grab those, I need 1 energy to pay for the Kingdra's attack. Cool, those other energy I saw there, that's fine, they can stay in the list. It also means if you're holding a rare candy, you can just be looking at the top 7 to find a Kingdra, instead of potentially having to go research and losing that candy and hoping to find another one and a Kingdra. So honestly, I really like this card for the list. Larry also finding a spot in here. I think this is the first time I've seen this in deck. You're going to flip a coin. If heads, search your deck for up to 2 Pokemon, reveal them, put them into your hand. If tails, search your deck for a basic Pokemon. All right, that's interesting. Just kind of another way to get into your Kingdra pieces while keeping the energy in the deck. And Silene just being a great way to reuse cards. So like you really want to have your rare candies to get Kingdras out. Well, Silene flips 2 coins, put any number of the amount of heads that you hit on top of your deck. So it's just like, cool, I'm just going to guarantee myself a top deck into a rare candy for next turn to get another Kingdra online. Respect that. In 3rd place, we are seeing Jam Jar's Bearlock list. I will try to talk about this list to do it justice. I've had to play into it and it's kind of terrifying, but I'm not really a control player, so there's probably going to be combos here I'm missing. But the main logic of it is Ursaluna has Pete Hunt. For 1 colorless energy, you get to put up to 2 cards from a discard pile back into your hand. And it's not limited to like items or trainers or Pokemon. It's literally just any cards. So kind of the idea here is you go behind in prizes at some point, and then you're just able to reuse Counter Catcher. You're bringing up non-attacking Pokemon into the active constantly while getting other key pieces to help you avoid decking out or just set up your board. You've got a lot of disruptive things as well as just consistency things. So like Curlia for draw power, evolves into Gallade, guarantees you just any supporter every single turn. It's threatening when you have things like Eerie that can get rid of item cards from your opponent's hand. You have Boss's Orders for, well, Gust. You've got Turo to be able to loop your guys if they're taking a bit too much damage. Obviously having Palpad to be able to recycle these supporter cards. And then Ursaluna being able to recycle the Palpad to recycle those supporters that Gallade can then just grab out of your deck. It's a pretty scary loop once it gets online. Also having Area Dose makes the retreat cost of the active evolution Pokemon 1 more. So you're using that Counter Catcher, you're bringing up something like a Bibarel, which has 2 retreat cost. You're burning through your opponent's switch cards with Eerie, and they're also burning through them just by using them. They have to attach energy to be able to hard retreat, and Area Dose is making them have to attach 1 more. It's really frustrating. And then Chandelure just for some added mill for their deck. So when you evolve into this Pokemon, you can just mill the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. And you can be looping that with Professor Turo with Ursaluna. So just slowly burning through your opponent's deck. Regieleki being a great way to just be able to reuse trainer cards, putting 1 from your discard pile back into your hand, kind of like a slightly weaker Ursaluna, but being on a basic Pokemon, gets online a little bit faster. Cleffa for some draw support in the early game. And then, yeah, just kind of the standard control stuff. Crushing Hammers, Capes to make your guys bulkier. Yeah. There's probably a lot of combos here I'm missing. I'm not a control player, but if you like control, well, you'll probably like this list. I won't necessarily like that you're running it, but doesn't mean I don't respect it. Like, control is definitely one of those things that as players, we need to be aware that it exists and just know how to play the matchup. So the more that you guys start playing these, the more we need to adapt our lists and develop our skill sets. And then you guys do too. So it's an alternative way to play the game. Not knocking it by any means. Just keep in mind, time is a thing. If you go to time in this format, it is just straight up a tie. So you need some sort of win condition, which I can respect in this list. They at least have Chandelier to mill just to speed up that process and can technically attack with Ursaluna, having reversal energy to help pay for the attack cost. So yeah, it's pretty cool. In second place, we have Raspberry, who piloted the elephant in the room, Koopa Raja. So its ability, Massive Body, makes it so as long as this is in the active spot, your opponent can't play any stadium cards from their hand. So they're running stadiums like Full Metal Lab, which makes it so their steel Pokemon take 30 less damage from attacks. They also have Pot Helmet, which makes it so their non-rule box Pokemon take 30 less damage from attacks. So you have this, your opponent can't bump your stadium. You have this, well, your opponent could like Lost Vacuum it or something, but effectively this is going to be taking 60 less damage, has 200 HP already, which is it's a pretty bulky guy, and it can do 130 damage with Nasal Lariat. There is some extra text on here though. You can do 100 more damage, and if you do during your next turn, this Pokemon just can't attack, which isn't great. Like, as long as you have a way to kind of switch it around, you'd be fine. And in Stellar Crown, we did get Arch Alodon, which makes it so the retreat cost of any of your Pokemon that have a steel energy attached to it, it just doesn't exist. So theoretically, you can get 2 Kooparaja online, and then Arch Alodon just lets you loop into each other. It's like, this is charged up, this is charged up, cool. I can't attack next turn, go into my other one. I can't attack now, go back into me. Okay. You get where I'm going with it. The attack cost on there, though, being 4 steel energy, it's kind of fine because you have Matang, who can just look at the top 4 cards of your deck, and any basic steel energy you have there, put on your Pokemon in any way that you'd like. So yeah, it's pretty easy to get this charged up. You have Reverum for some added draw power in the deck. You'd have to discard a energy card from your hand, but you draw until you have a 6-card hand. So kind of like Bibarel with an added step, but getting you an extra card as the trade-off. And then because you are going to be potentially discarding a lot of energy with this Reverum or committing a lot of energy onto Kooparaja and having it knocked out, it's a little bit risky, but you can just use Basculegion, put those basic energy from your discard pile back into your deck and hit the active really hard. Kind of like Kingdra does, likely doing slightly less damage, but you get these energy back into the deck, then Matang charges them back up onto another Kooparaja, or even your revenge attacker, Zamazenta, who has Metal Shield. It's going to take 30 less damage from attacks, so comboing that with Pot Helmet and Full Metal Lab potentially takes 90 less from attacks. It's kind of nuts, and Retaliate's going to do 100 damage to the active, but if one of your Pokemon was knocked out by your opponent, 120 more. So being able to just kind of take a revenge KO doing 220 is definitely a solid number to hit. Rest of the stuff in here, though, pretty standard stuff. We've got Professor Turo just to be able to let your guys eat some hits, then scoop them up, put them back in, right? You'd be discarding the energy, so that's when Basculegion could recycle it back in, or just Super Rod it back for Matang to charge up, and just wash off any damage your Kooparaja might have taken. Heavy Baton's in here, so you can chuck this on a Pokemon with 4 retreat cost. When it's knocked out, move 3 basic energy from that Pokemon to your bench Pokemon in any way that you'd like. Keep in mind, Arch Alodon removes the retreat cost of your Pokemon. So if you have this on Kooparaja, but Arch Alodon's in play, yes, he has 4 retreat costs, but he has no retreat costs, so it wouldn't trigger Heavy Baton. So just be mindful of that. There's situations where this card won't work as you might think it's intended. Luxurious Cape also being a great way to give your guys some extra HP, so Kooparaja could theoretically be a 300 HP big elephant. Gives up an extra prize when you knock him out, but hitting that kind of damage is a little tricky, and having Turo allowing you to just kind of eat those hits and then pick it up, losing the cape, but you've eaten some hits, so you've probably taken some KOs. That's fine. And in first place, I stole this one. Yeah, I took the tournament down this week. I did send it back with a list I played a few weeks back that I've titled Bird Brain. So you've got Xatu to accelerate energy out to your bench Pokemon. You've got Pheasantipity being another bird that gets charged up, and the amount of energy on it is going to scale up the damage output by 30 for each one on it. So you can hit some pretty scary numbers. Getting 5 energy, you're doing 150, deals with most things in the format, or 6 gets you up to 180, and you're taking down Torterra's. Adrena Pheromone also makes it so if you have a dark energy on it, when your opponent tries to attack you, flip a coin. If you get heads, you just ignore any damage they try and do. So being able to just manually attach a dark energy onto it or a luminous energy, counting as a dark and psychic energy, so paying that attack cost while paying the ability cost, it's definitely a solid combo to be able to go into. Did sneak in a copy of Crispin as well, just to help kind of pay for that. Like, search your deck, get a dark, get a psychic, Pheasantipiti's online, and doing 60 as early as turn 1, so you don't have to wait for Zatus to get online, and also gives you an out to charge up your Monkey Dories. Kind of in a similar situation, wanting a Psychic and a Dark on here, so you can use Adrena Brain. It lets you move 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon onto your opponent's Pokemon. I like it. The monkey's pretty silly. We've seen a lot of Frostlass previously seen play, so this gives you a way to heal off some of the damage, since they'd be, well, just pinging everything that has abilities. Xatu, Monkey Dory, Pheasantipiti, Tatsugiri, Fluttermane, Manaphy, everything has abilities in this. We need Monkey Dory. It's pretty much an auto loss into Frostlass without it, and we also have Moonlit Hill, letting you discard a Psychic Energy and healing 30 damage from all of your Pokemon in play. Plus, once we put this into the discard pile, we can have our Power Glass on our Pokemon, so at the end of our turn, we can get a energy back from the discard pile. So it's basically like, use this, heal 30, use this, get that energy we discarded. Now we do 30 more damage with Pheasantipiti the following turn. Or the other play you can do is, if you don't have a dark energy attached to your Pheasantipiti after like you attack, maybe you only have some Psychic on here because your dark energy was attached to a Pheasantipiti that got knocked out the previous turn. Well, if you have Power Glass, your turn ends, you get a dark energy back from the bin, it goes onto this Pheasantipiti, so on your opponent's turn, they try and attack, you're still going to flip that coin. So yeah, it's a nice combo that comes together. Fluttermane being in here, same reasons as I listed in Dudsta's, helps out in the Lost Box matchup, helps deal with Okidogis, and the fact that we can be charging this up with the Zatus, we're in a pretty good way. Like, it can be a great attacker using Hex Hurl, 90 to the active, and putting 2 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon. Combining these damage counters with damage manipulation from Monkey Dory, you can do some pretty silly stuff. Tatsugiri, great guy to just chuck in the active, have Rescue Board, get into our supporters, and Manaphy providing us some bench protection. The rest of the list I feel like is pretty straightforward, but if you have any questions, please ask me in the comments down below. But hope you guys kind of enjoyed this video. It's been a bit since I've done one of these top 8 breakdowns. Apologies. I do want to keep doing them and help growing the community for this format. We host the tournaments on Limitless every Friday night in Australian Central Time and the first Friday of every month for North American players, so you guys don't miss out. But if you're keen for games aside from Fridays, or just like, hey, it's Tuesday afternoon, I wouldn't mind playing, there's always people looking for games in the Discord channel. There'll be links to all these in the description down below, so why don't you join the community? And I'd love to hear what kind of decks you're going to cook up with the format. Till next time, though, stay golden, you Goombas. Whew. All right. That's tiring. Oh, what did you guys think? You get to see the video before it's a video. Raspberry, what's the most unique deck this week? I don't know. Like, yours was pretty cool. I like what it was doing. I really liked Vice's list, though. What else did we have? What else did we have? I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. There we go. This one, I like what they're trying to get at, but I don't know. I feel like it falls a bit short. This, I like this. I like Vice's. This we've seen before. Milky's was really good. That we've seen. This we've seen also. Like, I'm kind of leaning towards it's Vice or it's Milky. We'll do it as a poll. We will do it as a poll. Why so many bots? What do you mean? Is there a bunch of bots in the chat right now? I was kind of focused on the deck list. I'm sorry, I did not miss. All right, didn't really keep up with chat. Would have missed a couple messages there. And what was third? You guys are wanting me to put Bearlock in? All right, we can put Bearlock. 2 minutes for the polls. 2 minutes. Milky's, right? I feel like Milky's is pretty cool. So just for a refresher, this is Milky's list. This is the Slow King. Vice's is this with like the Tornadus Buffalant. Honestly, I really like this. I think there's some really cool combos, really interesting lines. And then this was the Bearlock one. Yeah. Some pretty cool stuff. Some pretty cool stuff. And then, yeah, the others was like, I feel like it's stuff we've seen. This I literally ran like a few weeks ago. It just slotted into Crispin and a Manaphy. This, honestly, Raspberry, I like what you've cooked up here. I'm sorry, I probably should have put you in the poll there too. This is really cool. It's a different take on steel that we've seen. Like I tried to run the Cooper Raja when it initially came out, but having the Archalodon to be able to just kind of reuse that attack without the downside, that's big brain. I like that. It's a good addition for the list. Raspberry didn't say anything bad tonight. Thank you. Do I need to be reviewing this? Hang on, Gazer's here. Gazer, how you going, buddy? You still here? I missed you. I'm sorry, man. Raspberry found a time machine. It took it to 2018, and now you're in... What? Strategic. Hi, bye. Hey, man. I'm sorry I missed you. Starvin' Arvin. Oh, yeah. Thank you guys for keeping it clean in chat while I was doing that. You're voting for the third one? Fair. That's fair. I like this. I think Vice's list was pretty cooked. I think that was really cool. I think that was very cool. Three-way tie. All right, there just wasn't one this week. Well, I guess it just comes down to me to decide then. Milky. Milky won it. I didn't vote, so I'm casting my vote. Milky. What place did Milky get? Just for me handing out the prizes? 5th? Easy. Keeps it easy. Keeps it easy. All right. I'm going to be calling it a night there, though, guys. We've been going for apparently 5 hours. So going for a bit. How are we looking on that? The sub goal thing? I don't know if this has been correctly updating or not. But yeah, I don't think we hit it. So it's if we get to 50 subs for the month by the end of the month, we'll be doing a community game night, which would be like Jackbox, Super Smash Bros, something like that. I'd probably just do it. Yeah, like next Friday's stream. Oh, I guess we've got the tournament next Friday. Might have to do it as like a Wednesday thing, or a hop on a Saturday if we could do that too. So if you want to help me get there, always appreciate it. Never necessary, but obviously the subscriptions, it kind of helps support the channel. So that's where I get money to buy the code cards to do for these tournaments, as well as prizing. Something else. So I know there's a couple of you guys that have been here since the beginning of the stream, and I appreciate you. And for those of you that have come by like part way through, we're going to be starting to do seasons for these tournaments. So every 3 months, we'll call it like a season. Season 0, just to kind of test run it, and so that the season kind of aligns with a full year. So season 0, and then season 1 will start January next year. We'll be starting next week. So October, November, December. At the end of that, the top 8 players will compete in like a mini tournament, just to them, like a top 8 of the top 8. It's like, you know, that doesn't make sense. My brain's kind of shutting down. It is bedtime. So the top 8 of the season will compete, and the winner of that is going to get a pretty special prize, which I'm not going to announce just yet because, well, I guess I can give you another little bit of a tease. I've commissioned something to be done for the prizing. So it'll probably be a month or so till I get it all back. But yeah. Working on something special for you guys. I'm at Jaybird. What time is the monthly one for North American? So that one, it is at like 11 in the morning for me. So the time zones kind of vary person to person, right? So if you go here, I'll pop the command in here. 3B gives you a breakdown of tournament info, but if you want a link to the tournament, go exclamation 3B tourney. It'll shoot you a direct message and then give you a link to the tournament page. And then from there, you can kind of see them. So there'll be the Australian one and there'll be the North American one, and it'll convert it to your time zone. Raspberry, you're thinking it's a playmat? Could be. I don't know. Like, other people are thinking I'm going to do a painting of a giraffe for them. Some people are thinking I'm going to paint 2 giraffes for them. Other people are thinking I'm going to paint them like a French lady. I guess I kind of look like Leonardo DiCaprio. I've never tried it, but like we'll see. Might need a few silly sodas, but we'll see what happens. And then, yeah, someone might have actually leaked what it was a little bit earlier. I'm not saying it's Goomba socks and Crocs, but I'm just saying someone might have correctly guessed or leaked what the prize was earlier tonight. It's up to you what that means. Earlier tonight could be hours ago. It could be 5 minutes ago. It could be that the prize is literally in the room behind me right now, and you've been looking at it without even realizing you've been looking at it all night. But now I'm going to make the camera a little bit smaller so it's harder for you to look. And don't look over here. No. All right, there we go. We're good. Yeah, no, it might have been leaked already tonight. Just saying. Just a hint. Jaybird, you're going to try and make it to next week, so you got a fire deck you're cooking up. Ooh, that's pretty fire. Oh, that was a shit joke. Okay, but yeah, I think I'm going to call it a night there, guys. What are we feeling? You want to see some more Pokemon TCG content? You want to see some Unite? Pokemon Pocket is out now. I don't know. Do we check out Pokemon Pocket? Who's streaming Pokemon Pocket? I've got mixed opinions on this game. I don't know. Like, I want to not think it's bad, but I'm not overly sold on the concept. Who's playing? Tricky Jim's on it. And then a bunch of people I don't know. I don't know that I really want to read out to Tricky. We read out to Tricky quite a bit. Who's on PTCGL? Also a bunch of people I don't know. All right. Is there one that's in English? I'm going to suss these out because there's a lot of people where it looks like it's in Spanish. We'll make sure we're going somewhere where we'll understand what's being said or done before we go there. Or if anyone has recommendations for where to raid out to, let me know. Hang on, is this guy cooking Greninja? Oh, but very laggy. No. I might just go to Kilo. We're gonna suss out some Unite. All right, guys, we're raiding out to Kilosaurus, another Australian-based content creator. It does Pokemon Unite, so a little bit different than what we've been doing tonight, but honestly, it's such wholesome vibes. So, hope you guys pay it forward the same respect to her that, yeah, she's going to give to all of you. If you've got the Goombas, you know what to do. Pop them in the chat. Got the command for subscribers when you're in here, but yeah, if not, you should have access to these just for being a follower. Pop them in the chat and let her know the Goomba gang's there. But till next time, guys, stay golden, you Goombas.